Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle. This is episode number 84. Still kind of hanging out, waiting on my guest. Day three of this. Day three of this. Can't tell you how stressful this can be. Can't tell you how stressful this could be. Just kind of hanging out, dragging my feet a little bit, trying to wait on my guest, Mr. Indra. Hopefully, he is getting set up and getting ready. I spoke with him earlier today, so I have good faith that he'll be here in due short time. In the meanwhile, I couldn't sit here and just not check in with y'all. Hope you guys have been had an excellent day. I know I have. A little bit crazy, man. Fucking up doing my yard work and shit. Other than that, I had a good day. Sitting here waiting on Indra. I thought, wow, what a better time than now to start sending out some We Still Ons for the rest of the guests for this week. So, yeah, say a couple, get these first in shout out. CJ, Prometheus Soil, who will be on the 28th. Grokoski, how you doing tonight? CJ Apple, Aldridge 25, A Nova, Chris Mertz, Jack's Green Sox, Cameron, Mulgroa. How you guys doing tonight? Waiting on Indra. Just waiting on Indra. Listening to Little Dustin by two guys smoking on Cameron, A Nova, CJ, Chris. You guys puffing on while we're waiting. Hopefully, we're just waiting for a minute. I don't know if I can wake up another day with another sorry, I didn't realize cancellation. Saturday had a pretty decent excuse. Last night shit happens. Today, see how it goes. Still burning on that blue dream. Probably sound pretty good right now for me. I hear blue dream's good for stress relievers. So Prometheus is the only one smoking out of 12 people? I'll tell you that hillbilly accent in the background. Tuscadero. Smiley. But that's some tasty shit. Got some lemon skunk. Sugar. Nice. Karen's damming out some wax. I got fucking 2 Instagrams going here. Show my personal. Just waiting for a fucking response. Some kind of hope that checking numbers. I had a couple dabs of that raspberry jelly. Ooh, that badger strain. How was that, A Nova? Mimosa. J. Evon Brooks. How you doing tonight? Wedding cake sounds good as well. TW, how you doing? Cheers to you. Be too crazy for you. Boy, that cherry pie must be strong, Jack, man. That shit knocks you right out, man. Funny. Hell yeah! I think that might be my favorite part of the song right there. Hell yeah! This is Blueberry Jam. Dating Bruce Band. Adam, what's up? Smoking some Andre HP chocolate mint OG times 92 hash brown. Damn. Yeah, this is some good mountain music. My day wasn't bad. Got a little more yard work done bright and early. About it. Made a trip to the dump. Tried working on this new fucking modem that Loki suggested. Went out and bought a gig dual band router with VIP all in it and there shit. I'm trying to set that up, and of course, ended up having to call a company and shit, so I didn't finish that up. Starbucks firing out, ready to hit that flyer. Fuck that name. I kill. What's up? Cheers right back to you, man. Man, I hope Indra hurries. Hope he hurries up. You guys too nice. You guys got any questions? Want to know anything? Did you wear that thong? Not today. A little cold. It was only 38 when I got up this morning. Well, when I went out this morning. I did. I did, Cameron. I figure out what I'm gonna fucking working on tomorrow. This blueberry jam. This guy fucking. Let me show this real quick. This fucking cat. This is a one-man band right here. See that? This guy's fucking playing all kinds of shit, man. Playing that didgeridoo guitar, fucking playing the fucking foot, some shit with his feet. He's got a couple good songs, man. What's up, Soul Roots? This guy's name's like Juicy Smith, I want to say. Yep, Juicy Smith. Australian cat. I got a wide variety of music I listen to, guys. Raised with a lot of blues influence. Dutch Grower 420. This part is really, fucking really does kick it in right here. How was your guys' day? What are you guys working on today? How was your week? Everest T bass. You got some good tunes. Dutch Grower 420. Oh, he seen it. He seen it. Indra should be in soon. Still smoking on a little bit of dominatrix. Which would you pop first, the Morita or Ford Jefferson? I think I'd be eyeballing Ford Jefferson. We put these on. Indra's here. Hope you enjoyed the blueberry jam. Hello. Can you hear me, sir? I think I can hear you, John. Hello? Can you hear me, John?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, loud and clear. How you doing, sir?
It took quite a few tries to get on. You know, I live in the mountains, and the internet here can be good, and then it can go sour. Sort of like life.
I can sure feel you there. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna camera off just because it'll show just me talking, or show me. And just as fascinated as I'm gonna be, I hate to be the only one on camera, just looking all fascinated by what you're saying. So how was your day, John?
Uh, well, rained. It's quiet. Listen to the birds. Smoked a couple of fatties.
Sounds
Slept.
like an amazing day. So
Well,
the
I haven't
last
had
time you was
shoes on. But yeah.
To cut you off. Sometimes there's a little bit of delay, and if I happen to step on your feet when you're talking a little bit, John, just please roll over top of me. We're more interested in what you've got to say. I was just trying to say the last time you were on, we didn't necessarily get the normal run up like we usually do. So let's do this like we should do this. Can you tell everybody first and foremost where they can find you and all that good stuff? A little bit about yourself.
Where they can what?
Where they can find you, like your Instagram, maybe your YouTube.
Well, I do have a YouTube site, Indra, and Instagram under Pure Extracts, generator of VHO on Instagram. Um, that's about it. I'm not really doing advertising or anything.
Right on, but it's just a way if anybody had any questions or you've struck somebody's fancy and something that you've said, maybe they could contact you, dig in a little deeper, something to that effect.
Well, you can
I know.
always leave on my YouTube YouTube, Indra. Um, yeah, sometimes I put videos up there. Once in a while, a couple of years ago, I made a couple of videos on pranic breathing and how to use your breath to enhance your life, get energy when you need it, reduce energy, go to sleep when you need it, stuff like that. And I put that up, but YouTube, for unknown reasons, took it down. They also took down I put up a video on balls without any water, just using physics. But took it to, they said, you can't teach people how to make drugs or teaching you how to make everything from A to Z. And all I was doing was showing people how to make pill bombs. I said, no, we took it down because we don't want that. That violates community standards. And so I don't know what community standards are on YouTube. So I'm practically at the end of the trail about just giving up on them entirely. They took down a couple of my slideshow videos, which were just pictures of my art, 30 of them, a little music, and each one on for about 8 or 9 seconds. And that's all there was to it. And they took it down and said that it was violating community standards. So I don't want to violate their community standards. So therefore, I haven't put up another. They took 2 in a row down. So I took that to mean that you don't want my stuff there. So anyway,
I don't.
look, if anybody's got any questions, if they happen to be watching or something, voice them or drop you a note and you can forward it to me. I'm willing to answer questions if I can.
Um, I know everybody was fascinated by your last appearance on the show. It was I've got tons and tons of great feedback, and just the breathing video alone seems super interesting. I would like to check that out. Hopefully, it's still up there. Is that one of the ones that channel that get taken down, or just those 2 videos?
No, they took down the breathing videos, and I asked them why, and they said somebody would get back to me. Well, that was 2 years ago. Haven't heard a word from them since about it. So, well, listen, I practiced. Um, I had a practice, and I worked in India at a free hospital for a very long time, and I took care of kids as they came out of surgery to get them up and off of breathers and able to walk again. And yeah, that was a very, 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 very wonderful time in my life. And it was very fulfilling to go in and work with those little kids because they're very innocent and they don't hold back anything. If you have a mole or a pimple on your nose, you go in, every single one of them points at it and goes, "Hey, you got a pimple on your nose." So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed every minute of it. And I'd do it again, I suppose, if I had the energy. But at 75, you slow down. I'm not dropping dead yet or anything, but you do slow down.
Before the
Because a
questions are
victim
starting
of
to
the
roll in,
slowdown.
I'm curious, being 75, and this, I asked this question. This is usually the lead in question to the whole interview is, and I'm very, you know, mainly because of the age, Indra, and I hope that doesn't offend you, good sir. But I always ask, in the lead in to the interview, when was your first experience with the cannabis plant. What was what age were you? And, you know, 75 being a good number, that takes us pretty far back into some uncharted territory for the rest of us. So I'm really curious on your first experience with the plant. If you don't mind, could you share?
Well, my first experience, I think I thought I already did. I was riding in the back of a 2.5 ton replacement center in Long Binh, Vietnam, to Benoit, Vietnam, which was a very tiny base and nice replacement centers where everybody went, and then you'd go out in line every morning and they'd walk out with big lists and they'd call your name out and ship you off to somewhere else. And so I had no idea what Benoit was, except for on the way there, after we got off the main highway to the offshoot to Benoit, we got ambushed. And laying by the side of the road behind the truck ran over a landmine. And so normally when you run into an ambush, everybody's supposed to keep driving, but the woods were pretty thick. And so we ended up everybody pulled off to the right, jumped out of the vehicle. I was scared. They were firing machine guns at us. I was behind the rear wheels of the deuce and a half, and I could hear and physically feel bullets hitting the other side of the wheel. And so I was pretty much crapping myself. I thought this is all she wrote. Didn't have a weapon because we hadn't gotten to our main thing yet. We just were 93. They don't give you a weapon there. And so there I was hiding behind a wheel, some joker shooting a machine gun at our truck back and forth, back and forth. And so it was the cook's truck that I was on because I was a medic. So they were putting me on the cook supply truck on the way back. And a couple of black guys were both cooks and a Filipino guy on it. And as I was laying there, I heard this guy up by the front wheel going, hey, hey. Attention to somebody when they're fucking attention. I don't know. And he flipped this, looked like a brownish or lightish brown cigar thing over to me. And I picked it up and I said, what's that? And he said, take some puffs off that, man. It'll calm you the fuck down. So I did. I took a number of tokes off it because when you're nervous and, you're like, this will calm me down. Well, give me a bunch. Hurry up. And pretty soon he threw a rock at me, hit me in the head with it. And I looked up and I went, what's up? And he goes, give it back. So I guess that was my first Beauregard. That was Bogart in the joint. And I tossed it back to him. And I really got calm. The bullets flying, and it wasn't the same kind of fear as before. This calm came over me. And that experience of that calm coming over me was enough to make me want to smoke pot ever since. So I was 17 and a half and now 75.
He actually did remember the story, and I did remember a little bit into it, but I didn't want to stop it. Chad does remember, have a great memory for things that's being said here. I forget sometimes. Jack also wants to know, Jack Screenstock, who's in chat, he wants to know when and why did you give up your being a doctor?
When and why? What?
Did you give up being a doctor? Dude.
Why? 37
Yes.
years. I got sick and fucking tired. You get worn out. I mean, you get tired of going into a room every day and having a bunch of people with sour looks on their faces come in and go, I hurt here, I hurt there. And you just, after 37 years, one day you tell yourself, I need to do something else. This is running me out. And it was tough at the end in India because I had to get visas all the time. And the last visa that I got when I came back to India, the guy who was the local officer in the sort of little city that I was working in, changed from being some guy from North India to a Muslim guy who bought the job because that's how you get good jobs in India. And he told me uh, $3,000 for each member of your family and 6,000 for you, and I give you a 1 year approval. And there was 4 kids plus Annie, and I wasn't making that kind of money at all. So I told him, I can't do that. And he says, well, then I'll expect you to leave at the end of your visa. So I went to the hospital and I told the villagers, look, I'm going to be taken off this year. They weren't very happy to hear that. And they asked me why, and I told them. And in any case, I left. And after I got to Switzerland, which is where we went to, I got this email from the villagers. And apparently, it's common kind of thing in India for everybody in the village to turn on one person and make their life miserable. And they found out that this guy was why I left. And so they cornered him in the village, I guess now, hit him with sticks until he ran away. But by then I was back in the States. I'd already been at it. Well, I mean, I was in Switzerland. I didn't have a license to practice in Switzerland. And actually, it's where I started writing the patent. And that's where the change started for me. It was kind of a relief to not go in and hear people constantly complaining. And plus, after a long time of doing physical manipulation, of which I was doing with my hands, I was to the point where I had done so much manipulation, I could squeeze the tennis ball until it went pop. That's how tough the body is. That builds your hands and arms up to that point. And it was actually, I went through about a 6-month period of my tension coming off my body and slowing down and not working really hard every day, 12, 14 hours a day, which is what I was doing in India for a very long time when I worked at the pre-hospital. I would get up in the morning, go to prayers at 3:30. Um, at, at the end of prayers, we'd sing bhajans, which is like a song that they sing in other churches. And after that, go to the hospital, clock in and be there till 7 o'clock at night, and go back and go to the Gurdwara. On weekends, I would get flowers and go to the Ganesh statue. And I was there so long that a lot of people got jealous of my closeness with Swami. And there was a Ganesh statue out at near the front gate of the ashram. It was a very beautiful thing, and it was life size. And people would go there and offer a rose to it. Well, as some time went by, and some vandals threw some paint on it or something. So they did what, like they do many things in India. They built a cage around it, and they put this one sadhu, this one old bald-headed guy, in charge of when the gate would be opened at the cage so that we could go in and off the flowers and when it wouldn't be. And he wanted me to do something for him. I don't know what it was. I never got clear on it, but I guess I didn't do it. Sort of like last time when you asked me to do the soundbite, I didn't get it, so I didn't do it. And the gate after the cage was up, he saw me coming with a basket with 100 roses in it because I used to like to put them around the statue of Ganesha. And he hurried up and closed the gate and locked it and walked a couple 100 feet away where he thought he was out of my range of vision. And I saw him do that. And so I was a little perturbed about it. And I was standing there wondering how to get the roses to Ganesh. And there's a roped off fence around the thing. You have to stand back 10 feet from even the cage. Talk about social distancing, right? Except for done by the local holy man. And so I'm kind of pig-headed. And so I put the basket down and the bars were like maybe 4 or 5 inches between each other. The ironwork in India is cheap, and they make all kinds of gates and doors and things like that. Really beautiful shapes of the iron. And so I started throwing the roses, and I threw the first one and went right between 2 of the bars, and it landed right in Ganesha's lap. So I got encouraged, and I stood there and I threw all 100 roses one by one. Every one of them went between the bars of the cage. Ganesha's left hand was held out with his palm up. 2 landed in that. About 40 of them landed right in his lap, on his shoulders, a couple on his head. And that priest had been sitting off to the side, fuming that I had managed to throw the roses through all the hurdles that he put up. And it was just an interesting time because not long after that, Swami told him to make sure that the gate was open when I came to give flowers to Ganesh. He wasn't allowed to lock it, and he had to keep an eye out for when I was coming and then make sure it was unlocked. So anyway, low karma.
So how are you? Is that partly dealing with so much time with the Swami and whatnot? I mean, how do you deal with all the suffering when you say you deal with all these people for 37 years? I heard. That's a lot of negative energy to take in all day, every day. How do you recharge? How did you recharge? Daily. From all that. You can't. I mean,
Well,
you can't just
when I
give
was
and
in
give
the,
and give
when I was,
without recharge.
yeah, well, all the time I was on the ashram and working at the hospital. Well, first off, Swami told me to go and work at the hospital. He just stood in front of me one day and said, the way he did everything was he would just look down at you. And when I looked up, he said, go to the hospital and work. So I went there. They, gave me ID, put me in charge of physiotherapy department and surgery recovery. And I would see Swami every morning. I sat on the porch. There's what they call Gurdwara, which is a church. And there's a veranda off the Gurdwara. And you know what a veranda is? It's just like a porch. And the veranda was situated opposite Swami's door. And he would come out in the mornings and start the darshan. He'd walk by all of us doctors. Sometimes he'd walk up and talk to us. Then there was always 50 to a couple 100,000 people sitting out front who wanted to have him walk by them closely. So after us, he would walk by everybody. People would give him letters. He would materialize as he was walking. mostly vibhuti, which is a divine smelling ash that he would materialize in his hand and put on your forehead or your neck or wherever he wanted to put it that you needed it. And that was kind of how I got started. And Swami uh, used to come out in the morning after a little while of being there and put his feet under my with crossed legs. And he would stick both of his feet underneath my legs and then lean over a little bit and tell me stories from the Ramayana and different ancient texts that he wanted me to hear or understand. And he would do that for a little while. And it would almost be like I would be in a hypnotic state when he did that. And then he'd stop after a while, usually between 15 and 30 minutes. And then he'd walk about giving darshan. And that was going on for a couple of years every single day. And that's really where the energy was coming from, because Swami would come out, touch me, or otherwise empower me, tell me that he would be present in my hands when I was working at the hospital. And then he would announce that all over the ashram when there were 300, 400,000 people were there. So a lot of people would show up because Swami told them that they could get his darshan or his blessing by visiting me in the hospital. And so that was a great time getting his energy every day. You can't imagine how amazing things that happened around him were. And everybody always seemed like it was very mysterious, but he was very plain. I went in one morning, seeing as many people as I was seeing every day, my wrists and hands would swell up. And by the time I got off the hospital at night by 8:30 or 9 o'clock, my fingers got fat, my palm got fat on both sides, and they were sore and I had a hard time sleeping. So one morning I went out, I had a letter in my pocket telling him, Swami, I'm having a lot of pain in my hands and wrists, and I don't have anybody to turn to except you. And I had that in my pocket. And he walked out in the morning and he looked at right immediately looked at my shirt pocket. And then he looked at me and he said, pain? And I said, yes. And he said, okay, wait. Because it was famous for saying, wait. I mean, there's all kinds of stories. He said that to people and 5 years went by and then he noticed them again. So him saying that can mean you got something good happening. It's just not saying when, because he wasn't of this time. He was of all times. He was omnipresent. He knew everything about you. I mean, you'd go into the interview room and he would start asking you really personal, close questions, and questions that had a lot to do with your life, what was going on. And somehow, no, I mean, where he got the information from is anybody's guess, but he had it, and he would just dig right into your life. I mean, when you saw him and he looked at you, when you made eye contact on him, you would cry because you would feel love. And maybe you didn't feel it your whole life until that moment. And so when he shot you that look, people would break down and sob and cry. And then later, when you asked them about it, they'd say it was the happiest moment of their life. And so it was always great being around him. He was always transmitting the energy to me in a big way. And that's how I dealt with it. Sure, I could have withstood the onslaught of all that happened. I was on call at the hospital, and I would sometimes no sooner be laying down to go to sleep, and the phone in my house would ring, and it would someone at the hospital, and I had to go in. So I had a great deal of dependence on him, and he made me able to put that kind of energy out. And I couldn't do it again right now, just simply because it's been some years since I left there and since I stopped practicing. And I guess the answer to your question is if you do one thing long enough, finally come to the point where you feel like you're fulfilled, you've accomplished it, and you don't need to keep banging away at it. And that was what it was for me. And I got really interested in the extraction thing because I was in Switzerland, and Swami, I had already made a couple of extracts in India off some pretty crude equipment. And he told me to leave India because he said India would be a bad place for me to develop the idea because the Indians would steal it from me. So I took his word. And then he introduced me to a guy who owned a giant coffee and papaya plantation. And he was a very nice guy. And he was a philanthropist type. And he got all of us tickets to go to Switzerland. And we flew there. When we left India, we flew to Switzerland business class. And I've been friends with that gentleman over the years since. And it's always interesting how once you became intimately hooked up with Swami, your life took another turn, and you started meeting people that you had to meet, or you found yourself in a circumstance where there was something going on between you, them, and Swami. He would always do something like that. And it was interesting because I felt really safe in India, and I lived off the ashram. I had a pretty nice house, a 1,000 square meter house, which is like 3,000 square feet. And on the roof of it had another 1,000 square meters of roof up on the second floor. And it was a guava plantation. The house was originally. There's a huge and big termite mounds and a fair number of pretty big cobras living there. It had a big high wall, a 13 and a half foot high wall around the main house. And then it had a third floor, which is just a 10 by 10 room that was really up high, where you could go up there and sleep in the summer because it was above the mosquito zone. And it was cooler than trying to sleep in a house. And so, yeah, I pursued everything I could there. And when I got to Switzerland, I immediately ran into my partner, Hans, and he rented me some rooms without a visa. And I explained to him what I was doing. And there was a couple of American women who were busy trying to get a hold of my patent at the time. Hans told me that they were going around behind my back, and he asked me if I needed any help. So I thought, well, another heaven sent messenger. And I said yes. And we became business partners then. And he helped me out, fund the writing of the patents. We got a couple of apartments up over this factory that he owned there. And I come to find out his family was very wealthy, and they had offices in 36 countries, and they were into everything. They made shoes, they made clothes, you name it. And Hans got fascinated by what I was telling him because he was always just talking about shoes and shirts, and he was kind of fed up with it. He was fascinated by the extraction thing. And so he's been my partner all the way up till today. And I've always appreciated everything that happened then. And that also made it easier to step away from a practice. And when you go to a foreign country, getting into a practice can either be very easy or it can be a huge pain in the ass, depending on what the rules are and like that. And so it was good uh, to be in Switzerland, and it was good to take off on another tangent because it was a completely new adventure. And that's where I discovered many things. This guys in Switzerland um, heard that I was doing separations, and they came around to the factory and they wanted to ask me some questions. So I said, "Yeah, okay, what?" They said, "We have a big warehouse that's 600 feet by 275 feet, and it's filled with boxes, 6 foot by 6 foot boxes stacked up almost to the ceiling in the whole warehouse." And I said, "Great. So what's up with it?" And he said, "Well, all those boxes are filled with marijuana that they grew last year." And then it started occurring to me about how much pot we were talking about. It was barnage. Uh, they had barns full of it. And so they said, "We have a problem though. The mice got in and they liked it. It was warm and they built nests everywhere and they pissed on all the pot. So we can't sell it. And we're wondering if you can do anything about that." So I said, "Well, I can give it a shot." So he brought me to the warehouse, Johnny and we set up a little laboratory space there. And we started using a method which we developed to separate trichromes off of the pot in high state of purity and very fast. Like we could take a pound and separate all the trichromes out of it in about 10 seconds. And these guys had all of this. So, I mean, for weeks and weeks we were at it. We came up with 900 kilos of pressed blonde hash while we were doing that. And so then they asked me, "What do we do with the other stuff that you separated? Shall we throw it away?" And I said, "No, we built an extractor and we would extract the oil after we shook off the trichromes. The oil smelled clean and the trichromes were clean because of the method that we used. And I would just take a large stainless steel bowl. In there in Switzerland, you can get really big ones, 30-gallon bowl. And we would put the oil in it and cover the oil with liquid nitrogen. And the oil would start snapping, crackling, and popping as it went down in temperature and expanded. And so I had a baseball bat and I would stir it up with the bat and I would just keep that up until it looked like totally opaque. You couldn't see the individual little pieces of oil. Instead, it looked like a thick batter that was very full of these really tiny somethings. And then I would take the trichromes that I previously had separated, and I would use a certain ratio, 60-40, 60% oil, 40% trichromes. And it would still be in liquid nitrogen. And then we'd take it out and set it on the porch outside. And within a couple of hours, all the nitrogen was gone. And you just had this bowl of perfectly mixed trichromes and oil. I mean, perfect. They were, we stirred it up for a couple of hours while it was in suspension, and the liquid nitrogen just acted like a solvent under those circumstances. You have to understand all the different physical circumstances of things that you want to use to accomplish your task. And it's best to educate yourself before trying it as well. And so anyway, you can reach into the bowl and just grab a handful, pick it out, roll it up into a beautiful dark temple ball. And they were soft as a baby's butt. If after setting for 4 or 5 hours, they get flat on one side and they burn residue free. And it was a pretty wonderful concoction. And yeah, that was a very popular thing. Those temple balls, we could never make them in great enough quantities or fast enough. The Swiss guys, they they wanted to help, and so one of the guys, Sandro, he's like, I can do that, I can do it. He got a couple of blenders and stuck them in a freezer, and then would pour the trichromes and the oil in the blender, and the freezer would do what it could do, and then the mixies that they had would eventually burn themselves out. So they really weren't going anywhere. He was ever, I'm going to do it different. Didn't matter if it made sense or not. He would just do it as an opposition thing rather than a learning thing, which is, I find, goes on a lot in the community. A lot of people think they have all these secrets about how stuff is made. I'm going to put a book out maybe next year that's going to expose all the secret formulas. These people who, I call them extraction queens, the ones that run the machines, and they always want half of the take or whatever it is. And I always thought, well, they call themselves extraction artists. And I think that partly they deserve that moniker because they're using dangerous, ill-conceived, poorly made equipment to do the extractions with, and they're still coming out with some pretty good stuff. And so, yeah, they are extraction queens. But when I made the system, I made it with a computer that has a memory in it that records everything and it remembers it. You can invoke it over again, and you don't have to turn any valves. It does all that for you. The valves are all controlled by the computer. So we've been running that particular system since 1996, and
So
we've never lost gas or had an accident.
I do have a question for you, Indra,
Go ahead.
if you're willing to take it, and it kind of gives you a chance to talk. What you were just saying, an industry secret there. We had Breeder Steve on the other day, and we were talking about how you could walk things further down the chain there, and which is Jack's question tonight as well, is where he left off. Is how would you in a lab walk THC further down the line into the CBDN?
CBDN? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
That's not a mystery. Fucking changing
No.
THC to CBN. What?
Well, we were talking about it, and he said he had kind of a process in speeding up the process in a lab, but he said he didn't want to, go any further than that. I mean, for some of us naive guys that would like to, turn some into CBDN, could you enlighten us? I mean, we're all, new to this. I mean, we're willing to take any information you give us, sir. No, he didn't. He said that's he said that's he said that's proprietary, and he didn't want to take it any further. Yep. Yeah, that's what he said. And that's a question tonight.
I understand why he would. I understand why he would say that, but you know what? Changing THC into CBM is pretty straightforward. Heat will mostly accomplish the task. You can heat it up in a vacuum oven. You can heat it up a number of different ways, and it'll change into CBN. I mean, you can take a bag of really good buds, put it in a paper bag, take it out in the sun for 3 days, and then come in and extract it. Guess what? CBN. So it's oxidation, basically, is what he's talking about. And he's got some way of doing the oxidation part that he feels is extra tricky and needs to be protected. But I can describe you a number of different ways to accomplish that task. None of it's secret. It's understanding physics and educating yourself with science so that you're not going on YouTube and trying to educate yourself on YouTube, because a lot of YouTube stuff is very, very housewife tale and lure. It's not really science, and science is your friend. You know, you can depend on it. You can count on it. Never going to steer you wrong. And so I don't want to out the guy, but yeah, there's a lot of different things that if you just understand uh, physics and science, you will understand how and what they're doing. The phenomena of the THCA crystals, when it first people first started showing up with it, and look, there are these crystals, but you didn't grow anything. They had this. I read early on, they would put the gas and the oil from the extraction into a jar, and all kinds of things in the dark, in the light, in the cold, in the warm, you name it. And THCA crystals would form at the bottom. And that explanation is very simple. As the gas tries to matriculate out of the extract sitting in the jar in the dark light or whatever, it's going to carry the lighter lipids to the surface as the gas tries to go out. And that'll concentrate the heavier molecules at the bottom. In this case, THCA is the heavier molecule. And when enough of it gets down there, like any period enough, the crystals start coming out. And then you get into the also of some 4-inch tall, 3.5-inch diameter THCA crystals growing out of some nearly black oil. And there's 3 or 4 huge ones like that, and then maybe 200 other smaller crystals in the pan that are, you know, giant THCA crystals, not as big as this 6-inch and 3-inch around one, but a bunch of them. And I've also coaxed CBD A to crystallize out in raw CBD oil, and thus purifying itself as it crystallizes out. And, crystallizing out things fall into a certain order and how they work. Um, but it's not a secret, and you have to be someone who's doing it all the time. So it's a question of purity. When things are really pure in the cannabis arena, they'll crystallize out.
JD's was asking the exact process you use to clean that up in 10 seconds. What's that with nitrogen?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I
Burning
can't
back.
divulge that because, well, somebody else had approached me some time back, and I'm teaching it to them, and they paid me to do so, and so mum's the word on that. It is a great process, and there's nothing like it. In fact, even Bubble Man, when he saw it, he shit a brick, and he's like, "God damn!" He goes, "You mean we've been doing it wrong?" And I go, "I don't know about wrong, but this is a really good right way." And yeah, so I can't tell you how to do that. You just have to put your own head to work on that one. Other things I can tell you, I told you how to make the temple balls and other stuff, but I can't tell you that one. It's the one I promised to keep my lips closed on that one.
Well, maybe you could shoot. I was actually talking to a common friend
There
today,
you are.
and maybe he said he suggested to me today that we needed to get you on camera just for history and documentation purposes. How do you feel about doing that someday?
Yeah, that'd be fine. The reason this isn't showing up on camera is because I'm just doing it off a iPad Pro, and I'm in the middle of the mountains. I do have a very good computer and camera system. I just am not sure um, how well it would send the voice and the audio. The pad just does the audio by default, because I'm pretty sure that it can't handle both of them at the same time. You got to realize that we're in the middle of nowhere and we got a satellite dish that goes up to the satellite. That satellite goes back down in Washington, I think, and then it goes up to another satellite and goes down in LA. So the delay is technology helping us out.
Yeah, the friend I was referring to is he's on Instagram anyways, TCDRE or TCDR. I speak with him quite a bit, and was talking. He was glad to hear that you were coming on the show and you know getting some of this great information out. Like you stated earlier on, you hold a lot of great information, and it should be getting out there for sure. And, I enjoyed speaking with him, and I'm super
Do you
glad
know
that you
Chase?
are. I do. I do. Yes.
Do you know Chase?
We've been talking. Yeah. Yes, I do. We've been in touch for a while actually, since since you were in contact with Sub, we've been speaking back and forth, uh, keeping in touch. Even more so since Sub's passing, we've been a little closer in touch. But yeah, yeah, I do speak with him.
Well, how I met Chase was I went to I think it's been 4 or 5 years now. I went to the Emerald Cup the first time, and I just walked up like anybody else, got a ticket, and was standing in line. And it was a long line, and we were standing there for a really long time. And I've got a bad hip and bad knee, and I was to the point where I was like, okay, well, I really wanted to come to this, but I can't stand here anymore because the hip was just screaming at me. So I tapped the shoulder of the guy in front of me, and I said, "Hey, do you mind? Could I ask you what time it is and what time is this gate gonna open?" He said, "Well, it's open now." Then he turned around and looked at me again, and he said, "Indra?" And I said, "Yeah. How do you know?" And he said, "I listen to Hash Church, and I know that voice anywhere." And so then all the other people that were in front of me and back of me were all punching up around me, asking me questions. And I said, "Hey, I appreciate all this, but I'm going to have to clock out of line here and go back home because I can't really stand here anymore." So about 30 people closed in around me, and everybody got a hand on me, and they helped me stand up all the way till we got to the door inside. And I got a cart from one of them. It was like a little electric cart. And I had just gone to the first little shop on the corner to see what they were peddling. And Chase walked up to me, and he recognized me, and he says, "Hey, let me come with me, and I'll show you around. I'll show you who to go to, who's their places are happening, and I'll also show you who not to go to because they're uh, bums or ripoffs or whatever." So we introduced ourselves, and I said, good. And so he spent the whole day with me. And every time we'd go to a new little display, he'd walk up first and he'd go, hey, you guys, Indra's here at your booth. They would make way. It was crazy. Everybody was coming out of the booths and stuffing samples in my pocket. I think I had ended up over the 2 days, I had three paper bag sized bags full of little jars and samples and bags and nugs and pipe or out of pipe and it was very wonderful 2 days because people were so generous in giving. 1997, well, even earlier about marijuana, you didn't advertise or smoke with anybody that you weren't exactly sure of because it was easy to go to jail. And I certainly didn't want to spread my name around, so I took the name that I'd been given in India at the hospital by the kids when I was making the first BHO post, and I posted as Indra. And it all just stuck. It was a cosmic moment. It was meant to be, and it's led to where we are right here, right now.
Amazing times, amazing time, man. You are, even when I've talked about having you on, and even as you're on right now, I don't believe people even realize how lucky we are that to have you with us tonight, because you are a very fascinating man and a very intelligent man that can teach us quite a bit about this plant and extraction. And again, I can't thank you enough for spending some time with us, because I do feel very fortunate because while you were talking, I don't know if you can actually picture this. In fact, you can picture this now if you can see me. Is I'm sitting here with my headphones on, and every so often that you can hear a little of the satellite, bing, bonk, bonk, and I'm actually going like this, like it's me, like I'm adjusting my rabbit ears trying to get that shit in. If I had to, I'd be sitting on my roof right now with my satellite trying to spin that thing around to get this in clear. So again, thank you, sir, for spending some time with us, telling us some stories. How do you mentioned Bubble Man too? That's a fun story there. Can you tell us a little bit about meeting him and a little bit of that?
Well, I was on the line one day 20 years ago, 25, no, even longer than that, 1998, 97, I guess. And I saw this bubble bag thing, and I looked at it, and I had already worked out how to separate the trichromos in a very efficient, fast manner. And so I watched a couple of Marcus's things where he was appealing to people, and he was, just starting a family right then, and he really needed the bubble bags to take off. And I felt for him, so I got in touch with him online and then by phone, and I told him, look, I could, I've got this method where I can separate the trichromes instantly with no water. And he was immediately perturbed because his whole thing depended on water. And I told him, I'm not going to let it out because I don't want to destroy your business and cause you upset in your family. I can sit on it because no one else is going to come up with it, and I can sit on it till later. So I'm not going to do that because I'd like to see you be successful, because I've never been the kind of person who wants to take somebody down. I'm all into empowerment, not disempowerment. Some people want to disempower you so they feel better about themselves. I'm not sure where that lesson came from that made them start thinking like that, but it's out there. And I've always thought it's better if you empower people and you make somebody else feel better about themselves. That way that works karmically is you get to feel better about yourself somewhere along that exchange as well. And you get people who are doing terrible things and revenge, stealing. And I mean, a lot of effort is put into the negative energy side of this deal. And if people would just turn that around and stop that, of course, I mean, that's going to be the cure for the world, right? Not much we can do about that. We've got a moron in charge of the country right now. And day by day, he does things that are more moronic than I thought the day before could ever happen. But I've gotten numb to that one. I expect him every single day to do something really strange and weird, and he does. But yeah, I'm the other side of the fence. I don't look over. I'm not like the two cows leaning through the fence to eat the grass over on the other side of the fence. I'm happy with the grass that's on my side. And I've just always had that. I mean, I grew up in 11 kids in a family, and there was, man, talk about politics. You there was, we had uh, 5 boys and 5 girls, and then one actually we got 6. I was the firstborn, and so my dad was one of those guys who, if you ever raise your hand against one of your sisters, I will put my foot so far up your ass you'll be spitting out shoe leather. And so my sisters, of course, they thought, hey, we're protected, and so they would hold us up. They'd say, do this for me, do that for me. Otherwise, when Dad gets home, I'll tell him that you're giving us a hard time. And of course, Dad would always believe the girls, and we would have an ass whipping waiting for us. So that was what was going on in the family. Family dynamic was strange, to say the least. Dad was an alcoholic. Mother decided her best path through that was to become an alcoholic along with him. And so the two of them drank quite a bit. And that was actually a blessing for me. My dad, my brother Bob, my younger brother, not youngest, second behind me, was getting into Dad's vodka and gin and started replacing it with water because he was drinking enough to make it noticeable. And Dad started putting a pencil mark on the bottles to see on the label where it was the last time he used it. And so he gathered us up one day, me and Bob and Steve, another brother. And he said, well, one of you guys is drinking my hooch, and I want to know who it is. And so he had us sit in chairs at the dining table, and he came up to me. He put a double shot glass down and filled it up with gin. And he said, drink that. And I said, no, sir, I don't want to drink that. And he's like, I said, drink it. And I said, no, I wasn't going to drink it. So, Dad was 6'5". He was a heavyweight boxer in the military police. So he walked over, grabbed my head, tilted it back, opened my mouth, and poured it in. Well, that's the first time I ever had alcohol in my body, and I threw up immediately. And I started throwing up until I was into the dry heaves. And my mother had taken me to the bathroom because I was puking. And Dad, unmoved by the event, went right on to Steve or Bob. They said, pour him a glass. He said, drink it. I just light in the box, picks it up, smells it, and then downs it in one gulp. So Dad now knew who was doing the drinking. But the net result of that scenario was I've never had a drink since. That cured me from alcohol. So I don't drink. And while he was doing that, he always had a Chesterfield King with no filter in his mouth. and he would be talking to you and blowing the smoke from his Chesterfields in your face. And that was the last thing I wanted anything to do with. They smelled horrible. And it's blowing it in my face all the time. Well, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, needless to say. But my brother Bob, one time after that, he stole a pack of Chesterfields from my dad and brought them out to our tree fort. And we were up in the tree fort, me and him and a couple other friends. And Bob whips out these cigarettes and he said, "Check it out. I got a pack of dad's cigarettes. Let's smoke one." And he lit it up. And I said to him, "Why are we lighting up one of dad's cigarettes?" And he said, "Hey, dad smokes them. It must be good. So let's try it." And because kids are going to do everything that they find their parents doing. And people are raising their kids, think their kids don't know things about them. I got this for you. If there's something going on in the house and there's kids there, they know about it. And so Bob took 4 or 5 big puffs off the cigarette, and then he got kind of green around the gills and started puking. And we were all laughing. And he threw the cigarette over to me and he says, "Here, you take a puff." And I'm like, "No, I learned by example, and I'm not going to have anything to do with that." So early on, I got cured of alcohol and drinking, and that left a great deal of energy to be had in my life because I wasn't getting drunk. I wasn't suppressing my breath with cigarettes. And I was a swimmer. I mean, we were on Okinawa, and there's not much to do on Okinawa at that time. There was a library, a space swimming pool, and the PX. And that was pretty much it. And so it was kind of boring. And we used to go down to the beach, and I actually learned how to swim really good in the ocean on Okinawa on the Pacific side. And me and my friends would go down nearly every other day and swim in the ocean. And we also would harvest the food. These Pacific lobsters. You'd go down and pull them out from underneath the rocks and take them up on the beach and build a fire and roast them, eat them. And the lobster thing was always a great deal of fun because Pacific lobsters don't have big claws. And so we would grab them by their antenna, and you can use either one or two if you can hold on to 2 of them. And you turn it around in front of you, and so they try to swim away. And so we used to call it lobster riding. We'd grab a couple of them, let them pull us around because they had powerful tails and they would flick them hard, try to get away from you. But if you had a good grip on them, they'd take you for quite a ride. And once they got tired, we'd get up on the beach and throw them in a pot of boiling milk and potatoes. And we would do that maybe 3 times a week. And it was our good food supplement because otherwise we just had whatever dad brought from the commissary. And it was the same kind of ration that you get here in the States. I mean, 5, 6 different kinds of vegetable, 3 kinds of meat, milk and juice, and a lot of cans and boxes. So going down to the beach every other day and having a fresh lobster got to be something to be looking forward to. And so I became a big swimmer. I was definitely into swimming. I swam while I was in high school. I could swim the length of the Olympic pool underwater without taking a breath. I was really in my physical high point in my life. And it for like sports, I mean, living in Okinawa in the time that we did, we were forced to go to the local Okinawan school in Naha, Okinawa, which was the big city that was there. And as soon as we got to the school, we discovered the curriculum included all the boys every morning would study Bushido for 2 hours before going to class. I mean, we would go in early. You're going to those Japanese and Okinawan schools. They do not o'clock around, you will come early. You will work hard all day. You will stay late. And you better do everything right because they carry switches. And so for the first 3 years or so, I was going to that school in Bushido class every morning. I would get my tail kicked because the Okinawan and Japanese kids that were there looked at me as a big target, and they would just kick me and hit me. Always when the sensei's back was turned, they would kick me and punch me. And it went on like that for 3 years. And I came in one day in the morning, and he was there ahead of time. And he asked me how come I didn't complain about the other kids hitting me. And I said, I didn't know if it would make any difference or do any good because I was sure you knew about it. And so he says, well, I watched it for 3 years. And he said, I'm ready to teach you now. And so he started teaching me in earnest how to, all defensive stuff, not offensive in the beginning for a very long time, just how to not get hit, how to not get kicked, how to not get choked out, all those things. And it served well because a year and a half later, all the back turned beatings came to a halt. And I had, during one class, had ended up fighting this bigger Japanese kid who was there. And I had just been protecting myself. And I saw an opening and I reached in and punched him in the solar plexus. Down he went. So after that, it was all quiet on the Western Front. Nobody was trying to kick my ass anymore. And that was good. And I got very interested in martial arts at that time. And I started learning the staff and jujitsu. And jujitsu is what the teacher was teaching in the school in Naha. And I got respect of my classmates because of that. Whereas before, I was simply a target. So it was a good time. And I still, I don't go to the gym and practice every day, but, for 25 years I did. And all of that very ingrained in my body. It has paid off in my lifetime on a number of occasions. In Amsterdam, an Iranian guy got onto the tram with me, and he was standing really close to me, and I'm trying to figure out why is this little twerp snuggling up to me. I'm not gay. What does he want? And pretty soon, I feel a hand in my coat pocket because we were in Amsterdam. It was cold season. It wasn't full on winter, but it was chipper. It was chipper in Amsterdam at 5 o'clock at night because the sun goes down and it starts getting cold. And he had his hand in my pocket. And so I reached down and I grabbed his wrist with my left hand, and he couldn't take it out of my pocket. And so I looked at him and I said, so you find anything in there that you were interested in? And he said, no, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. He goes, you put my hand in there. And then I said, really? So I held on to him. He was squawking quite a bit. And we came to the next stop, and the Dutch cops are at all the stops. So I took him off the tram with me. As soon as we walked up to the cops with his hand in my pocket and me holding it there, the cops knew him by first name. And they're like, oh, hey, you're back at it, eh? And I said, yeah, this guy was trying to pick my pocket. And they said, yeah, we know. He gets on the tram and then he stands close to you and tries to pick your pocket. And I said, yeah, I looked at the guy and I said, you need to find a new job in life because you're not smart enough to do this one. You're going to get hurt. And same thing in India. An Indian guy tried to pick my pocket in Bombay. And I handed him over to the cops. But strangely enough, in South India, near the ashram one day, these two Indian guys were pulling this scam off, or one guy runs at you and bumps into you, almost knocks you down from one angle. And the other guy sneaks up on you Well, that's happening, and grabs anything that's in your pockets, and then they take off on a motor scooter. So I fell victim to that one day. The one guy ran at me and hit me, almost knocked me down. The other guy, acting like he was helping me, reached in my pocket and grabbed money. Well, then I started to chase them. They ran over and got on the motor scooter and rode off. And it was about $300 I had in my pocket. And so I had a Russian friend there who 2 weeks later came over to me and he said, "Hey, John," he goes, "those guys that picked your pocket last time, I found their motor scooter. It's over by the tree. You want to go over and wait for them?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's do that." So we went over and I sat on this motor scooter. And pretty soon, about 20 minutes later, they both come running up to the motor scooter to jump on it and take off. And I waved at him and I said, "Hi, remember me?" And he said, "Sir, you're on my motor scooter." And I said, "I guess you don't remember me. That's a disappointment. I thought there was a lot more energy between us." And so then he acted like he was going to kick me. Bad mistake. His foot came up, I grabbed the heel and I lifted it up 6 feet in the air over my head. And he fell down, his head banged the ground. And I stepped across him in between his legs and turned his foot in my hand until it was feeling like it was going to pop off. And he was squealing to the Indians over there that, "Help, this foreigner's beating me up. Help me, help me." And my Russian friend, who had learned to speak Malayalam, which is one of the local languages, explained to them that these guys were pickpockets. And so they said, "Well, take him to the police station." And I said, "Okay." So I got off and I grabbed his arm behind his back and his left shoulder with my left hand. And I marched him down to the police station. And, I'm no small guy. I'm 6'3" and I weigh 260, 270. And this guy was maybe 140, 150, maybe 5'8", 5'9". So we walked down to the police station and I brought him in the front door. And the police sergeant, who knew me very well, because I had worked on his kids. Okay. Not long back, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, him and his accomplice who ran off, we just got this guy's the motor scooter owner. They have a pickpocket scheme. And this guy reached in my pocket and grabbed out $600. So the Indian guy, being dumbass that he was, he's like, "No, sir, we only took $300. The Indian sergeant stood up and the guy got a flush on his face. And he says, "Okay." He says, "Give the doctor back his money, but give him $600. He said, "But sir, I only took $300. It's like they all carry these big long black sticks. And he whacked him in the legs 2 or 3 times. And the guy's like, "Okay, okay, okay." He took his pants off, and inside of his pants were other pockets sewn in there. And he had money in all these different pockets on the inside of his pants. So I made him count out 600 and give it back there because they were going to beat him with the sticks. And I didn't want to see it. I just looked at the guy and said, "Change jobs. You're not able to do this job anymore." So we took off, and I guess they beat the shit out of him. But that was my pickpocket story for India.
You wouldn't think that that kind of negativity and greed would be in countries like that. It's sad. And even with the martial arts story, I was kind of a little bummed to hear that in a culture so much with pride that a back turn beating would be prevalent like that, especially in martial arts. They really pride themselves and it in everything.
They do.
Uh,
They You have to remember, I was there in 1950s, and it was right after the war, and a lot of these kids had sour apples about that. Their dad or somebody was killed or wounded. And I just looked like a big American target to them. So just had to deal with it.
So they're curious in chat which terp profiles that interest you the most.
What, say again?
They're wondering. Jack's curious again. Jack's our curious viewer there. What your favorite terpene smell profile is?
Hashinine. Hashinine smells like the best hash that you've never smoked in your life. And the minute you smell it, it's incredible. And if you burn a little bit of it and inhale it, it's incredible. You don't get high because there's no THC in it, but the flavor, clearly to me, is one of the overriding flavors. A small amount of it goes a long way towards putting a flavor in your mouth. And I think hashinine is present in the leaves because I've always I worked out a method of increasing the hashinine. Previously, people had told me small amounts of it only to be gotten out of old hash. And I wondered what the dynamic was. And the head went to work on that old hash of all these various. Why was this hashinine only found in the old hash? And I talked to a couple of guys in Nepal. Well, I went to Nepal for about 10 months, and I looked at how temple balls were being made there. And I saw the old method of doing it. And I noticed that they were using leaf quite a bit. And so I made some leaf extractions off of train wreck, I think, was what I used at the time. And I had a friend who was growing train wreck down along the coast there in California. And he had the original train wreck, which is a pretty amazing plant. It grows huge if you feed it. I mean, it'll grow as big as you feed it. And so he had tons and tons of leaf, and I extracted it all. And he gave me half of the, I was an extraction queen too, that's right. He gave me half of the output for extracting his. And there was so much of it that we just started putting it in bags and throwing it in the freezer. And there was just no way else to keep it. We had a full upright double door freezer that was packed with these bags. And I mean, we used to put them in little 1 gram bottles and sell them at the dispensaries. Back in the day, they would buy them. We would take 1,000 of them in, which is a kilo, and we'd get 17 grand for it. And then they would sell it for 25 and 30 and 35, depending on how nice it was. Well, it turned out the leaf really gave up a lot of really nice extract, but I did a lot of things other people weren't doing. In the bottom of the extraction chamber, I put a bag of activated charcoal and another bag of molecular sieves. Molecular sieves they are measured at 47 angstroms, and those are the ones that sequester, like sulfurous compounds and excess water and stuff out of your extraction. And after passing it through those 2 bags, it would come out the bottom, always golden and delicious. And I had so much of it in the freezer, a couple of years went by, and I decided to take it out of the freezer and toss some in the vacuum oven. And I think I started out at the temperature about 128 or 129, ended up finding 148 under full vacuum was the best temperature. And I had the Scientific 710 terpene traps in between the vacuum oven and the vacuum pump. And I started getting all kinds of colors of terpenes. On my Instagram channel, you can see a lot of different photographs of the different terpene extracts, a lot of green ones, which were actually a blue terpene and a yellow terpene combined to make the green color. And also, I separated out about 4 or 5 grams of hashinine from that, and it's golden and thick as molasses. I mean, talk about a thick terpene. It makes you wonder, where the hell is this hiding at in the plant? It's so thick and so has such a potent smell to it. And yeah, I had collected. I started making a collection at different temperatures of terpenes that I could find in quantity. And I probably went through about 50 or 60 bags of oil over the next few months, all mostly from the train wreck. But then after a little while, my friend who was growing it had a few other brands too. So started doing some of those. And yeah, I was fascinated by the terpenes and how many different ones that were available and to be gotten from it. And so I had a huge collection of jars of different colors of terpenes. So when they started coming out with these crystal clear white terpenes that look like water, I was wondering what the heck was going on there. And I asked the first guy who I ran into who was peddling them, I said, how come they're all clear like that? And he said, well, aren't all terpenes clear? And I said, no, I showed him some different jars that I had. And he was flabbergasted. I said, so how are you getting them? And he said they were steam distilling them. And so suddenly it made sense why they were just mostly getting the fractions of terpenes out that were available at that temperature to distill off of the biomass. And I didn't use steam distillation at all. I went the other direction and started doing extreme cold as a way of separating the terpenes out by providing the right heat level in the vacuum. The right terpenes would come out. And so I just had shitloads of them. I got lots of little bottles of them, all sorts. I took the hashinine to several emerald cups, and everybody at the cup. I mean, I turned 4 or 5 people on the beginning, first place I went to. And the next thing I know, there was this crowd of about 60 or 70 people following me from booth to booth. And when I would walk up to a new booth, everybody would start saying, hey guys, Indra's here. And I'm like, cut it out, will you? And so as a consolation prize, I would smoke some of or let the guys at the booth try some of the hashinine. I said, where the fuck did you get that? Or do you have some more? I'd like to buy some of that. Especially the guys who were at the time getting a hold of me were the people that produced the clear. You know what I'm talking about, the clear. It's been thoroughly, it's 99 point whatever. But the clear has a couple of problems. It's clear of taste and it's clear of smell. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I think the taste and the smell. That you might get a different kind of high. And wanting to buy terpenes. So I did that for a while. It was interesting.
How many terpenes are available in cannabis?
Well, you get a lot of different stories about that, but generally 156 or so. I've heard people say all kinds of them. I've gotten some terpenes that are very small amounts, minutia, but nonetheless, they were there. And I think some of the best tasting one is passionate, of course, but I do like the Kush flavors, and the to me, I just Kush is like it's my brand. You know, I like Kush, and I like the terpenes that are available in Kush. And it has that smell, and it has that certain flavor. I'm buying pot somewhere. I always start out with by saying I only smoke sour. So I don't like strawberries and grapes. I don't like purple stuff either. Purple stuff doesn't sit right with me. It's heavy down. I like all of the Indian or Afghani flavors best of all.
So it's hard to believe after all these years of lots and lots of extracts that you're still enjoying flower. Uh, do you still enjoy flower just as much as ever?
Maybe even more so. I love flowers. And because I'm getting older and because I live in the middle of no fucking where, it always means at least trying to find stash for myself. I'm always looking to buy a pound of something sour that's really, really good. So I've got stashed, but it's getting harder. Of course, summer's here, and I got a few plants in the dirt that are very promising. But I won't get to smoke those until end of season. So yeah, I love flowers. I've been smoking them, since probably 1964 or 1965, and I haven't gotten tired of them yet.
Nice. Um, so how do you feel? I mean, obviously, we've talked. That's been a thing that's been first and foremost when dabs came about and this whole BHO stuff came to fruition. How bad do you think long? Obviously, it hasn't weighed on you long term dabs or long term use of concentrates. Do you see people, these guys that are doing these 1 gram dabs right now, being just tore up in 10 years, or is it the quality
Um,
of the
I don't think so. I don't think so. Look, we were. I mean, I wore out a set of butter in the beginning. One of them that I heated up all the time on the stove warped. We take the tip of a butter knife and coat it with the oil for about an inch. So I'm guessing that when we stuck the other knife on there, we were probably getting half, 3/4 gram hits off it. It would produce. I mean, when that red hot butter knife hit the oil on the other butter knife, you would just get fucking clouds. I mean, literally clouds. And it was always funny because when you make everybody's their head and try to get something to, they'd bang your head and then you'd burn your either. If I've been doing dabs since before the word dab was invented. We didn't call it a dab. We'd say, get the butter knife out. We'd go smoke some butter. And now I had I've had a couple of really good dab pipes, I guess. And when I was at the Emerald Cup the second time I went, there were some guys, Frankenstein extractions, were following me around, and I was hanging out with some other people, and they kept wanting to give us dabs of the strawberry banana concentrate that they had, which was just the smoothest, nicest. Really did a fantastic job on it. And so about 15 dabs into it, I had to go to the bathroom. I got about 50 feet away from where we were smoking that. And I realized I must now sit down. So I found a seat and sat there for probably 20 minutes until I came back in my body. So I know that you can dab yourself right out there because I've done it a couple times. I'm not having any deleterious effects from it. In fact, I think when I don't have a good intake of it, that's when the deleterious stuff starts happening in your body. So I keep myself topped off. I have a dipstick now. I just pull it out, look at it, and see how much THC is in my blood.
Uh, how high is that level?
It's pretty high, let me tell you. To me, it's just
Oh,
normal anymore. Um, when you smoke a lot of people come to this point in time when they're smoking where they're not getting high off it anymore. They have that syndrome. And my advice to you is to double down then, because you can get past that and go back to a state of being seriously high if you put your heart and soul into it, effort. So it's just it's a pause on the way to feeling really buzzed.
you know, I was at, and I'm kind of at that point now, and I'm guilty of not utilizing the method, and I realized it today on how effective it can really be, and which will relate me to another question here in a minute. Is I was talking to Hota Herb, who's a pretty big cannabis figure here on Instagram and whatnot, and we were talking about if he used cannabis during like meditation and whatnot. He basically said, cannabis is meditation. You're controlling your breathing in and out, and he kind of suggested, when he used his, he didn't never use it in the house. He took it outside, which kind of struck a chord with me. Is I thought maybe that's it. I'm when I'm sitting here and puffing and puffing and puffing, uh, maybe that's why it isn't working, is because I'm not necessarily leaving the environment, and maybe I do need to step outside and take in a little bit of nature, let my mind, free away from the environment that I'm in for a minute or two, and maybe that would slow down the double down. And when I do it, I think it does help. You know what I mean? It's the slight just taking myself out of my environment while I'm smoking seems to help ease just as much as the cannabis does. Um, which kind of relates me to when you were back hanging out with Swami and all during that age. Uh, were you able to use cannabis? And if not, do you think it would have helped dive down a little bit deeper? I kind of believe it could help spirituality, enlighten yourself a little deeper during your quest. But that's just my opinion. How do you feel about cannabis and spiritualism?
Well, I was sitting in Darshan one day, and these hippies came to Darshan to get Swami's blessings. And as soon as Swami got in front of them, they hauled out this bowling ball sized chunk of hash that they wanted him to bless. And so he made some vibhuti and dropped on it. And then afterwards, I talked to him a little bit, and the conclusion I've come to is everything is meditation. I mean, you smoke, you get the stuff ready, you roll a joint. You're going to eat, you get everything ready, and you cook the food. Um, if you look at it like everything is a meditation and go at it with that same kind of careful scrutiny, uh, you'll find that everything is a meditation and it's very enjoyable and there's a lot to be learned from it. Where you fall off and start not getting high anymore is when you're not engaged that part of your mind. You know, people say, "Oh, you take mushrooms and it dissolves your ego." Well, no, that's bullshit. It doesn't dissolve your ego. What happens when you take mushrooms, for instance, or that kind of experience is it's showing you that the ego is just one layer of who you are. It's a tiny bit, it's a mask. And the ego seems to dissolve when you get really high on psychedelics because the psychedelics have pushed that door open for you. And now you realize, well, there's the ego, and here's me, and here's the world, and here's what I feel about all that. And once the ego's out of the way, the next thing that comes along that you really start paying close attention to is this intense feeling of loving and being loved. And so the ego dissolving thing is a step towards understanding yourself. The ego's developed when we're little babies, you know, good baby, bad boy, eat your food, you know, all that stuff is training. And when they give you toys at Christmas, that's some more training. And I just, at some point early on in my life, realized that what I can remember first time I saw TV, I was 15 or 16, I think. We came back to the States and I watched it for about 1 hour and then I went in the bathroom and put wash rags on my eyes were burning. And next day my dad said, "You guys want to watch TV again?" And I was like, no, I'm not interested, Dad. I don't want to watch it. And he's like, "Why not?" And I said, "Well, number one, it burned my eyes. Number two, they keep trying to tell me what I'm thinking, what's going on. I don't feel that way." So I never did really watch TV. I never got into the habit of it. They call it programming for a reason. And that reason is disturbing if you start to think about it. A lot of people, their entire history of what they know and understand is gleaned from television shows they watch. I don't know if you've ever watched like Jimmy Kimmel or one of those. They go on the street and they show a map of the world and they say, "Point out America." These people can't find their ass from a hole in the ground. With both hands, they can't find their asshole. They don't know where any of the countries or states are. And that's because they've been entertaining themselves with a television set instead of uh, using their mind to discover everything that's around you. And television set's not going to do it. Those people are just giving you a very narrow picture of what life is about. And that's because it's all connected to commercialism and making money. And you just happen to be in their way. And I'm very careful about anything about buying things uh, because I've learned that lesson over the years that uh, people will definitely sell you a box of nothing if you'll buy it. And believe me, there's people who buy it pretty often. And when I first came out with the system, people started sending me pictures of what happened to them when they went to use the Chinese system. Face burned, back hair burned off the top of the head, glasses, sight glasses blew out, tore their lips and their dentures up. And one guy had 4 teeth pushed up in his nasal cavity and stopped out that he had to have dental surgery to get them back out. that was day one of him using a Chinese brand. Well, they say it's American. Uh, BHO Guard. Those guys give me a pain in the ass. They're calling their system BHO Guard. I'm the fucking guy who invented BHO. Why are you using that word, you fuckhead? You shouldn't. Anyway, uh, they have a lot of problems. Precision, all of them have a lot of problems. Safety problems. Around 400 accidents a year throughout the industry. We've been at it ever since 1997, and we've never had an accident. So what I'm going to say is that they're not paying attention. The people who make them don't understand what it is they're making or why. They don't understand the physics involved and how it works. And then people that buy them buy this item which wasn't made properly in the first place and don't know how to use it, and then they turn right around and misuse it. So I felt like it was the onus was on me to do something about that. So that's why I started cranking out systems. Nobody's ever been hurt by one of mine. That Los Angeles fire where the firemen and all that, that was a BHO guard system that they managed to do that with to make those explosions in that fire. So I'm thinking about people. I'm not thinking about like those systems that they make are just big pipes with a cap on each end, and it's kind of it makes you wonder, because these big pipes have a lot of problems. One of them is channeling. If you don't pack it exactly right, the same way, the gas will go around. Uh, in fact, the very fact that that exists has caused Scientific 710 to develop this arm fist thing, which packs the pipes better and reduces the channeling effect. And like a lot of things that exist, like vacuum ovens, that company that makes those vacuum ovens didn't exist in any big way. And Kenny, who claimed that he discovered terpenes in around 2013. Um, he had gone back to the guys and said, "Hey, look, my vacuum pump is gooing up all the time. What's up with that?" And they said, "Oh yeah, your terpenes are in your vacuum pump." So then right away he decided that he knew everything about terpenes, and he claimed that he was practicing, that he discovered it. And I said, "Well, by your own story, you were told about it by the guys at the vacuum pump place." He's like, "Well, yeah, that was a discovery." And I said, "Yeah, I guess so." I said, "But we were at a talk one day, and he was going on and on about that. And then they asked me about terpenes, and I said, "Well, I don't know." I said, "Terpenes, um, by the way, I patented cryogenic collection of terpenes in 1998. So when he discovered it in 2013, I wonder, was it because he read my patent or what?" And so early on, I can remember in 1971, I took a good sized extract and stuck it in a jar overnight. And I was the first one, I think, to notice that those THCA crystals formed down in the bottom of that jar. And I pulled them out and we smoked them then. And it was like, holy shit, this is like, it took me a little while, but found out it was THCA and the crystals were very pure. And I was into crystallizations a lot because at the factory in Kansas, we have a 900-gallon catch chamber above a 2,500-gallon extractor. And you can see in the window, there's two 6-inch ports in it that are, and by the way, no Chinese stuff. The ports we sent specially to Germany, and we sent to the company that makes these ports by using quartz crystal, and they make the port, which is 3.5 inches thick, and then they wrap it in a piece of molybdenum steel, and the glass is cold and the steel is hot. They put them together, and then when they both come to the right temperature, it's bonded in there, nice and permanent like. And then on the outside of that, it's got beveled screw edges, and you turn it down into the fitting, and then you close the clamps around it on top, which are titanium nickel clamps. And here you've now got a 2.5 inch thick port. The Chinese ones are about anywhere between a quarter and 5/8 inch thick pieces of just heated tempered glass. And if you heat your chamber up enough so that it'll pop up to a couple hundred psi, those glass things will blow right out of there. But our 2.5 and 3 inch thick German made ones were solid. I mean, that chamber in Kansas, we did over 14,000 different extracts there. And every single one of them, we were glued to those ports, watching what was going on, watching when it came down, what it looked like, what was happening. And that's where we started noticing the crystals. When you've got a vacuum, you put the gas and the oil in it, and then you pull a vacuum with the recovery pump. You'll start pulling the gas out. Well, right when the gas gets near the surface, the bubbles will get small, and you'll see these waves of crystals being born at the surface, almost like foam, but obviously crystals. And they come in all different sizes and shapes depending on what you're extracting. In those 14,000 extracts that we made there at the ice, we saw every kind of form of shape. We used to get neck and back aches leaning over this thing watching it when we were extracting, just to see what the crystals look like. And we have a light at the port so that we can actually look in and see, and they're very good lighting, what's happening. And just watching all that stuff, I saw the first THCA crystals. We made an extract in a small extractor that we had there. And in the morning, it was so late at night, we got tired and left the recovery pump running and just went home. And in the morning, we came back and opened up the bottom chamber. All the oil came out, and just an inch above the oil line were all these white crystals everywhere in the chamber on the side of the walls. Well, we scraped them off, and yeah, it was THCA, and later we found out that some THCV was in these crystals. And so that was an accident that it happened that way, but we'd started being able to scrape these absolutely pure crystals and save them, and had some great stash. And a lot of things that we discovered serendipity like during those times and through observation. And I don't know, if you do something 14,000 times, even if you're a dummy, you start to notice some things. And yeah, we just, we were fascinated by that. And it, we couldn't wait to see what was coming out of the bottom of the chamber into the catch, because there was always something there in that catch that was different than anything else we'd ever seen before. And I think Johnny and I were the first people on the earth to see all these crystals. And we were fascinated. Middle of Kansas, late at night, out in a farmer's field in this huge building. And we were seeing the magic crystals appear in front of us. And it was a gift for sure to watch all that, because your ability to observe and discern events before your eye is like anything else. You need practice. You need to learn how to be able to see. I think when Columbus and those boys showed up off the coast of South America, or America both, the Indians looked off the shore to see the boats, and they had no idea what they were. And probably couldn't resolve because they had no point of reference. So it's just like this big brown things out there. And they had to learn how to see them. They had to learn how to understand them. And I think a lot of life is that you have to learn how to see things. You're sure your eyes are wide open when you're born, but seeing is like everything else. It's like eating and sleeping, making love. You learn to do it. And so some people pay close attention to one thing that they do, and some people pay close attention to every single thing that they do. And I think what they call the Akashic records, or the knowledge of everything, is inherent in all of us. Our DNA, one strand of DNA, is enough to store all the books in the world on. Imagine. So, what must be stored in our DNA that we don't know? I mean, we've just seen small parts of the DNA and what's going on. And look at the miracles spewing forth from understanding the DNA. But, the day will come when we'll discover that our whole story is there, and we'll be able to read it and understand from the beginning who we are and what we're doing. And I was always hoping that that would happen before I die. But I think a lot of my uh, understandings, which I'll call tripping, I've had a lot of very serious, deep meditations from being high. And for some years, I was sort of a lab assistant to a guy who was an amazing chemist. And he was a PhD organic chemist. And I worked with him, and I was sort of his lab rat. And I did all he told me he was poisoned from the chemicals over the years of working in open labs for 3M and all those people. He said they didn't even have fume hoods. He'd be in the place and he could smell nothing chemicals all day long, very powerful ones. And so he would instruct me in doing things like to make a synthesis or whatever, and he would stand back off to the side with a mask on, and I would do them. And yeah, I mean, although I wasn't privy to all the underneath information and the dynamics of why this reaction was occurring, I did learn them, kind of like cake recipes. And later, and years went by, I paid close attention and understood and read and began to understand the dynamics of things chemically changing and altering themselves. And so I got very interested in all that. Maybe I didn't smoke and drink, so every goddamn thing interests me. I get off on a tangent, man. I play musical instruments, I paint, I do computer animation. Um, I love everything to do with understanding technology. I have probably 12 or 13 guitars, several keyboards. Um, I have a camera that I sit out at night, and it takes time-lapse pictures of the stars as they go by. Um, I dabble. I love making things happen. I liked taking ayahuasca and changing it into the component that we enjoy so much. That was easy. And I got some great recipes. You can actually, in a couple of hours' time, you can create DMT from using a certain kind of grass. And it wasn't mine. I got it off of Instagram, but it was about maybe 6 months after Instagram started. This guy put it on, and I've never seen it since, but I recorded it, and it works well. I've done it. You know, 3 hours later, you've got crystals. So maybe I'll post that back onto Instagram someday. But you have to remember, back when all this was happening, I was busy not trying to expose myself because all exposure led to law enforcement. And the reason they don't want us to have drugs is, first off, the elite know that if we come conscious and start understanding, we're taking drugs, we become that we will rebel against the constant fucking that's going on by the elite and $50 and $100 million yachts, and they roam the world doing whatever. Well, the rest of us are back here busting ass to keep them in the lifestyle to which they've become accustomed. And so I've always been for the underdog for some reason. That's just been my hit on life. I like the underdog. I've been the underdog. Hell, when I was younger, I used to watch that cartoon, Underdog. Anyway, I digress.
JDs would like to know: do you still polish stones and make jewelry?
Of course I do. I have at least a shoebox size full stash of opals that I've been collecting ever since the 60s. And I pull them out, I polish them. Then I use 22 karat gold to set them in. I don't set them in anything less than that because the color of 22 karat gold is just right for opals. Or at least I feel that way. And since I'm the only one that counts in my reality, that's the way I do it. So yes, I love opals. If you look, people say that your birthstone in April, which is my month, is supposed to be diamond. Then I point out to them that's only been since 1922 when the diamond merchants took over the list of birthstones and changed it around. There's a lot of kids born in April and May, and so they wanted to make it diamond, and that's what they did. But if you look back 4,000 past 1920, but you can look back as far as 4,500 years ago, you'll find out the birthstone for April was opal. And I was always interested in opals, never knew why, but that's why I discovered that that's my birthstone. My true birthstone was opal. And my spiritual birthstone was ruby. And so I love polishing stones. I mean, sometimes you fish this little mud-covered, encrusted thing out of the bucket and polish one face off it and see this incredible light come out of it. This opalescent glow. So then you want to clean the whole thing up, and then you want to polish. It's like once you get started, it's like taking one bite out of a really good hamburger. You have to put that fucker down until it's gone. Same thing when you're polishing an opal. The minute you get an idea of what the light is going to be, you want to expose it. I guess as beings, we're born seeking light, and seeking to expose things into light. And opals were just one thing that did that for me spectacularly. Your endocrine glandular systems, which is your eyes, take in energy and supply it throughout the rest of your body. Colors, frequencies, back to frequencies again. But the light vibrations are higher kind of vibration than sound. And if you examine us, we have a certain number of senses, and that's what we're supposed to pay attention to and understand. So why leave any of them out? You have to. We're born with senses, so we should experience them all. Opals, I stuck to them because every single one is different from the other one, and that's a paradigm that I'm fond of. And you polish opals all day long and never have two that look the same, unless you get a boulder opal that someone has split in the middle and both sides look the same. But occasionally, people will cut an opal in half so that they have two matching opals for like earrings. But I'm fascinated by opals. If I get my box out of the bank, out of my safety vault, like if I'm going to polish some stones, I'll go to the bank and pick it up, bring it home. I often spend the first 2 days just looking through the box again. You know, I come from a time when the word for that was gewgaws. Gee whiz, golly. And that's what happens. You end up just sitting there with a light and a box of colored stones. And 4 hours goes by. And sometimes even I've sat looking at stones until I came straight again and I had to roll another joint.
You feel sometimes like they have stories to tell as you're polishing them.
They absolutely do. They were all made a long time ago. And there's so many different kinds of opals. Opals in Australia, which mostly are from the ocean, receding and dropping it in cracks. And then you got volcanic opals from Brazil, which are very hard opals. They're much harder than the Australian opals. You can drop an Australian opal 5 feet. That's how they gauge the different stones. They'll drop them from certain number of inches or feet off the floor. If it cracks, then that's a number 6 or number 5 or whatever. The volcanic opals from Brazil, you can take them to the top of the ladder and drop them. They bounce. They're tough. They're hard. They look different, but of course, around it's made on the other side of the planet. We all do live on this rock. We can't get off. It ain't going anywhere, and we're thriving because the radiation from the sun has been reduced enough so that our bodies can use it. Our blood and the iron in our blood and the calcium in our bones only create it when the sun or a star goes supernova. Otherwise, they don't really exist until that reaction occurs. So we really are stardust. There's no question about that.
Speaking of
We're made of it.
stardust, you must be in line with what Chad. Either you're in line with what Chad's calling out, or you're reading it. Ned Denver was curious to know if you've ever captured any UFOs in your time elapse star camera.
You know, where I first saw a UFO was in India. And a friend and I walked up to the temple in Gangotri, and we decided to Sadhu that was running the temple told us that if we walked another 26 miles or 26 kilometers up this road, we would find a renunciate, a guy there who never talks. He just has a chalkboard around his neck. And this guy Lewis and I went walking up there, and we got to his place, and it was a little tent in the middle of a snowfield past these giant boulders. And the guy invited us in. He had his chalkboard and a piece of chalk, and so he wanted us to come and eat garlic and potatoes with him. And he had them, and he'd cook them for us. And we would stay the night with him and meditate. And so we're like, okay. So we ate a big pot of garlic and potatoes. It was seriously curried out and seriously hot peppered out beyond belief. But that's the way they cook things so that it's preserved as well. And we're sitting in this tent, and all of a sudden I got to pee. So I went out to go pee, and Lewis wanted to come out too. So we're standing there peeing, looking up this hill. And at the top of the hill, somebody's moving up there. And we walk a little to one side so that we can see clearer. And there's a huge being, white, all white, but like 10, 12 feet tall, standing at the top of this hill, which is probably about 900 or 1,000 meters away from us. And you could tell he was big because that's not that far. That's 1,000 meters is like 3,000 feet. And so he was looking at us and we were looking at him. It was one of those duh moments. And pretty soon he kicked this huge boulder down the hill towards us. And this boulder was like the size of a medicine ball. I don't know if you ever, you don't hardly see medicine balls anymore, but maybe you'll have remembered one. They're bigger than basketballs. They're big, soft things that they used to use to as therapy to get you back in good physical condition. They called them medicine balls. So anyway, this guy ate this, whoever he was, kicked it down the hill, and it rolled nearly up to us. Imagine 3,000 feet away, up about 900 meters higher than us. And he hit that boulder so hard that it rolled up to within 20 feet of us. And then while we were being stupefied, we looked back up and he walked back in the woods where we couldn't see him. And then about 2 minutes later, a thing that I can only describe, it must have been a UFO. It was an orb, and it was changing colors, and it rose up behind the trees and in about 1 second disappeared off to the horizon. And that was the first time I think I saw a UFO. And I think the big person that was in either in a white suit or furry or whatever was running it. And we went back and asked the sadhu there if he had seen these big creatures. And so then he took the chalkboard and he drew a bear on it and turned it around and had a questioning look in his face. This, and I said no. And then I drew like a gorilla on it and turned it around and said this. And then he wrote on the chalkboard that those creatures are the ones that guard the entrance to the sacred city that's there in the Himalayas that you can't find unless it's your karma to be able to see it and find it. And they only show you themselves when they want to, otherwise you can never see them. And he said that they help him in the winter when it's really heavy snow on his tent. They come down and clear the snow off his tent for him every time, and that they were very friendly, and that we were blessed to have seen them. So that was the first UFO experience I had. And when I was 3 years ago up here, uh, there was some UFOs overhead, maybe a cluster, looked like 20, 30 of them. And I stepped outside with my camera and I was filming it. And I had been seeing that guy in Los Angeles who calls them down. So I thought, okay, I'll give it a try. And I said, you guys are UFOs. If you're up there and you can hear us and you're watching this, give us some kind of sign. And these UFOs started spinning and twirling and dancing. And I got a good shot of it. And I've kept on to that. So that's been twice. And I think there was one more time. We used to go out to the desert down south of Los Angeles, the Anzo Borrego Desert. And there's a town there, the Anzo Borrego town. And when you're on your way there, I forget what it's on, maybe 10 or something, I rode off of that. Just before you get to town, there's a huge bend in the road. It's almost banked, and it goes off to the right. Right in the middle of that bend in the road, there's a couple of mile marker signs there. They have had this shit shot out of them. Look like someone stood in front of it with a machine gun and blasted it, just shreds. But that's the place where you turn off and drive out into the desert 4.4 miles. And there's a hot spring out there. It's called No Name Hot Springs. And we used to go there, trip on MDA and occasionally MDA LSD mixes. And we were there one night tripping on right hand molecule MDA, which is, I don't know, I called it the Jesus drug. You take regular MDA, and then we would put the MDA in a beaker, cover with acetone, stick it in our explosion-proof microwave, which is just tape being over the inner vent in the microwave so that you can't get an explosion. And we would heat it up until all the MDA went into solution. Once it was in solution, uh, we would add tartaric acid uh, to the solution, stir it up, and then stick it in the freezer. And it would crystallize out as little domes, a lot of little domes. So you pour off the yellow now acetone and throw it away. Put fresh acetone on it, a certain amount of tartaric acid, stick it in the microwave until it goes in the solution, and pull it out, put it in the freezer. And 3 or 4 iterations of that will end up with one big dome crystal at the bottom of the cup that looks like a swollen up sand dollar. It's got all of this incredible detail in the top of this crystal. And like if you've ever looked at a sand dollar, it's like that. It's like 4 or 5 things ran down with more off of them and more off of them. Well, anyway, that's all right hand molecule. The left hand molecule has all been now absolved out of it and tossed away. And that right hand molecule stuff, as soon as you put it in your mouth, it's so subtle and so powerful. 10 seconds later, you're off and you're running. And it blows your heart chakra wide open. Your worst enemy in the world could walk in the room with a machine gun and you'd want to go hug them and try to make everything okay. That way, because it's hard to feel that way about your fellow man normally in the world because of what's going on here. A giant game of King of the Hill, which if we would just knock off, we could probably become a type 1 or type 2 civilization. As long as there's a bunch of assholes playing King of the Hill, we're never going to get past that. That's why the UFOs, if they are real, don't come to visit us. Too many people here playing King of the Hill. We're like that island in India, off the coast of India, where no one's ever been able to stand there. Anytime someone comes near, the natives start shooting arrows and throwing spears at it. Guess what? Our satellites, our navies, the same story. I mean, if you're a UFO, you have to be fast and maneuverable. Otherwise, you'll get your ass blown out of the sky here. So until that mentality goes away, and until people start learning how to feel that way, that right hand molecule FDA makes you feel, it's going to be a bit of a rougher ride. I mean, if it was up to me, I would be churning out right hand molecule MDA and passing it out everywhere, because I've just seen the crazy place it puts your mind and heart in. You know, the mind's our little adding machine. You know, it's doing all those kinds of tasks for us. The heart is another thing entirely. It's busy finding the way of love. So what you find in this world is some people have set, it's going to do whatever task you set it at. If you set it the task of doing evil, nasty things, it's going to go for it in a big way. And this is the very idea of getting the most toys. That's a mind illusion. The heart will never tell you to do that. You know, the heart will tell you that instead everybody should be happy and there should be food and learning and meditation and understanding, not bullets and vests and rockets that go faster than fast, and bigger boats and bigger guns. And I don't know. Somehow it doesn't ring my peace bell very much to open up the internet and see that there's yet another new jet that will not only be the most maneuverable, fast, deadly thing in the sky, it'll also tickle your balls while you're killing the enemy. So, what enemy? We're all fucking humans, right?
Very right. Very right. Did you see today? I don't know how current the ad is as far as like things being out there. Uh, NASA kind of slid out. They found 36 intelligent uh, planets out there, or species in our universe. They just kind of just threw that out there today. Oh yeah, by the way, there's 36 out there. We told you that we couldn't never find one, and there's 36 in our universe. I didn't get a chance to
I
read the
think that's
article. I
probably,
was
I did. I read it. But here's the thing. They just now decided there's 36. Must mean that there's 36,000 or far more. Whenever we discover something, it's always just the head of the pin that we discover first, you know. And we have to sit on it and get the pin stuck all the way in our butt before we start realizing the whole of it. People get in a hurry to announce new things because everybody's, like Andy Warhol said, looking for their 15 minutes of fame. Uh, I've kept my mouth shut for years about every fucking thing. I knew I was on trails of certain things. Look, I walked around the Himalayas for 7.5 months with the same clothes. That was a trip, let me tell you, especially no talking. When you don't talk for after a couple of months, your inner dialogue starts opening up in your inner mind, and your heart starts talking to your brain. And it's a much more interesting take on life after having that kind of experience. I would that everybody would be able to have that kind of experience. I don't know what it would take to be able to get to the point where you could go in the Himalayas for 7 months with some sadhus, but I recommend it. Let me say that. Uh, there were times during it when I was really hungry, really thirsty. My feet were really sore. I finally wore my Nikes off completely and had to end up getting, at one village, this guy made a set of sandals for me out of truck tires and leather. And they weren't going to wear out anytime soon. And then the clothes that I was wearing when we started out eventually just started turning to tatters. And so the sadhus stopped at a village and got me an orange wraparound robe like they were wearing. So we were walking around through the Himalayas with sandals made out of truck tires and orange cloth. And what was I doing there? And that was a recurring question to me. But having completed it, I wouldn't change any of it. That was one of the most amazing adventures I could possibly imagine. I mean, we ran into all kinds of animals, people, weather patterns, situations, unbelievable. And all while we were just trying to take a walk through the mountains to go visit a temple. So at the end of this 7 month walk, I we ended up at the confluence of the three sacred rivers. That's the place where they all three join together. And the Indians say that if you go there and bathe in the waters of the three sacred rivers, that it absolves all your karma and you get to start fresh. And so it's a popular place. And right along the riverbanks there, they built uh, posts that are in the ground like a fencing area that you can get in the water and hang on to. Because sometimes the water's so under the water, it completely cover you and come back up again, which is much like the baptismal stuff with the Christians, right? And so we were there, and it was 7.5 month walk, and I wanted to get into this water, and I wanted to. Uh, I heard people talking again, which was very interesting because for the better part of 7 months, I didn't even hear anyone talking either. And, but you get very tuned into all the sounds of nature. You can hear all the different birds and animals and insects. I mean, your hearing just goes to another level when you don't have to listen to the human voice all the time. And some voices are very grating, like the moron running things now. I mean, I could use his voice to grind hard cheese. But anyway, you don't hear it. And so I was anxious to try talking again. And I went down by the side of the river and undressed, and I got in the water holding onto this rail. And I let myself drift out a little bit into the stream just to feel the water flowing over me. It felt good. For one thing, it was, 110 degrees outside. And so the cold water felt really, really good. And I was just there hanging out. I guess you'd call it meditating. Meditating is where you stop doing everything, including meditating. You know, you you're trying to let everything go away so that you start to hear the inner voice, which is your connection with God. And so I was there under the water, not doing anything except hanging out, and I realized I needed to get a breath, so I popped up to the surface. And as soon as I did, something hit me right in the forehead, right between the eyes. And I was kind of startled by it, and I jumped up, and it was a book, and it was open to certain set of pages, and it was in Sanskrit, and it was hand paper, hand bound, and you could see that it was something that was tremendously old. And I was looking at it, and this Indian fellow who'd watched me pick it up and get out of the water, he came over and he was looking at it. He said, Yes, sir. He said, it's not wet. And I said, I know it's not wet. It was in the water, though. And he said, Yes. He said, Something very old, sir. He said, This is a Sanskrit. I recognize the lettering in it. And I said, Can you read any of it? And he said, Only a little bit of it. He said, But it's like a portion of a Bible. It's talking about uh, life, I guess you just have to say. And so he thought that it was a blessing that it came and hit me, and it was intended for me. But he sure would have wanted to borrow it and take it away for a while, but I wouldn't give in to that. I said, no, I needed to look it over for some period of time before I could let anyone else have it. So I went back to Palm Bay with it, and there's a guy there that read the palm leaves. I don't know if you know about the palm leaves, but uh, 5.5, 6.5, 7,000 years ago, this guy named Valmiki was a seer who could see into the Kali Yuga. He was in the previous Yuga before that, and he was realized. And so one afternoon, he sat down, wrote down the names, the birth, and the death day, and the karma path that they would follow in life on all these palm leaves. And he wrote them for everybody who was going to be born in the Kali Yuga, which is a lot. But during the age he was in, he was able to accomplish this. And these palm leaves still exist. There's some copies of them, but the main ones exist high in the Himalayas. There's a place called Patel Bhuvaneshwar, and there's a temple nearby there where the monks have these palm leaves, and you can go there. And well, I mean, this was a very long time ago. Maybe one or two foreigners a year came there, and the main monk would see you, and he would look at your hand, measure your hand, get your name and your birthday. Then you would wait several days, and they would perform a search uh, in the warehouse where all these palm leaves were. They would find the ones that mentioned you. And so I went there. I guess it was 3 days later, they came out with two different little dusty books of these palm leaves, because palm leaf, unlike paper, doesn't degrade. And it's all in Sanskrit. But he showed me this one leaf, and he said he wanted me to see it. And my name was phonetically spelled there. And there were some numbers there, and I asked him what it meant. And he said, do you know where your birthplace is? And I said, yeah. I said, I was born He says, no, wait. He said, let me tell you. The leaf says you were born at a place that the description was the same as the result or the word. And I said, okay. So I was born at 333 Trinity Avenue. And he said, exactly. You know, the description and the word itself were the same. And so he said that, well, he told me what was going to happen in his life. And, he was disturbingly accurate. Uh, I asked him about Annie, who at the time we were starting to have a relationship, get close to each other. I asked him what was going to be the end result of that. And he said, in the years to come and the time, you'll be separated, except for she'll always have your respect. And I said, well, why would you be separated? He said, something is happening to her. He said, I don't have her leave here, but according to yours, something is happening to her. Well, then Annie had a triple aneurysm 3 years ago, and nobody survives triple aneurysms, but she did. And she woke up after about 4 days from a coma and sat up in bed and said, where am I? I'm hungry. What's going on here anyway? And she seemed very lucid and everything, but then she thought it was 1998. And they asked her, do you know what date it is? And she said, yeah, it's September 1998. They said, do you know where you're at? She said, yeah, I'm in India. She goes, how come all you guys are working at a hospital in India anyway? And she said, well, we're not in India. We're in Maui in Hawaii, and you've had an aneurysm. And so when we started questioning her after she got out of the hospital, it became clear that the last thing she remembered was 1998. And her doc was very candid with me. He said, you know, she had 2 blood clots, bleeding on the brain, water on the brain. He said, to be honest with you, I thought she would die within 2 weeks. And she didn't. And here we are 3 years later, she's still alive. But boy, has she gotten ornery, let me tell you. She doesn't remember me really. She only remembers me from 1998. I was a different person. And so was she. What's really interesting about all that is her face got young again. Her voice changed back to when it was 1998. Uh, she'd gotten very younger girl's voice and all that. But she just doesn't remember me. And it's not going to come back, that memory. And not going to be able to spark falling in love again because that happened when it happened and it wasn't anymore and she didn't remember it. So, in fact, she had to be told how many kids she had. She didn't know how many kids she had. The nurse asked her, she said, I don't know. She looked at Sarah. Well, when she had the injury, I sent my daughter Sarah there to sit by her bedside. I couldn't go because I couldn't get on the plane because I had a blood clot in my leg. And yeah, so it's now she sort of treats me like a insurance salesman on the second call. And, it's just not there anymore. So I've had to deal with that. She's alive, but she doesn't remember me, and there's no real back and forth with her anymore. I mean, she won't call me for months, and then I'll call her. She's like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" She remembers now, but she doesn't remember from 1998 until now. So the only place that relationship exists is in my mind now, which is makes me wonder, yeah, how life is. Right? We were so close, and now we're just as far as we were close.
It's a pretty wild story, man. Every time I think that we have reached a level of fascination with you, you turn it up a notch. I mean, you are. a very fascinating individual, Indra. I mean, very fascinating. I mean, some what I'm taking you've things I've taken away from you tonight so far has been very little to do with cannabis, more spiritual than anything that I've related to. But I mean, it is. It's just, man, I enjoy everything you're saying here. I there's such a you have such a diverse storyline here that can just practically go anywhere. Uh, Man, that is so.
Well,
And when
75 years down the road, you did go anywhere.
I mean, the biggest thing that I take away from you thus far is, man, I'm excuse my language, I'm fucking up, man. I need to get out there and do some things. And one thing you talked about early on, a little bit earlier, there is keeping the stuff to yourself, and that's one thing I kind of. That's probably the biggest mistake. Is I look back in my short life already at 48. At 48, I realized that's kind of where I went wrong was trying to hold information instead of passing shit. Uh, so is that where you've how you've kind of come up to where you're at now? Is that do you regret holding on to a lot of the information that you have now until later on, or do you think it was best kept held?
No, you know, when I wrote the patent, it was I wanted to um, get involved with the perfume business. And when I wrote the patent, I didn't really, it wasn't around pot. It was around extraction, the science of extraction and the results from it. That's what it was from. I mean, in Kansas there, we did over 14,000 extractions. And on the way to that, you learn an incredible amount of information. And in fact, if you don't learn it, you're putting yourself in a danger spot because look at all the people that have burnt themselves up and made explosions and stuff. Hey, we've been doing it since 1997 and we've never had an accident. It's because we're paying attention. And critical thinking is not something that is taught anymore. The elite don't teach it and don't want it taught in schools because they don't want anything to change. Their family's in a very good position and they don't want stuff changing on them. And so they tend to try to limit the educations that we receive. And you've got to break out of it on your own. You start to realize there's a lot more out there than they taught you in school or that you learned at your job or what's going on. There's a lot more. And our, like what's his name says, there's more things in heaven and earth than the mind can conceive. Well, maybe so, but guess what? The mind can conceive quite a bit. And I have enjoyed using my mind. You know, to me, I used to hear all the time people talk about your third eye opening, your third eye, and it's somewhere in the middle of your head. Well, it is in the middle of your head. The third eye is the mind. You know, you got your two physical eyes, then you got your mind to think about this stuff with, and that's the third eye. And what you have to realize. Uh, Sometimes in life, the elite will hand you a tool and say, "Here, this is what it does." But that may just be the basis of things that that tool does. It may be capable of so much more. And your mind is one of those things. You know, anybody that tells you that you're limited or that you can't do these things, you know, you should be quiet and listen to what they have to say and then go away and react to it. A lot of times people, I remember when I first was applying for the patent, the original one, when I claimed terpene collection. Well, a friend who was a physics major looked over the patent that I wrote before I submitted it. And he said, "Hey, you think this is really going to fly?" He goes, "No, this is like uh, fantasy stuff." I said, "No, it's not. It's actually happening. Climbing for the patent. It's going to cost you a lot of money." And 3 years later, I got a letter from him with his CV in it with me. But we did a big hit in the perfume industry, but we kept our mouth shut because if you talked about extracting pot and you were working for the perfume people, they would view that as extremely negative and stop using you. So, and besides that, at that time, well, I think it was about 1984 or 1985, we started getting uh, letters and requests from different places. And right there off of Australia, there's a little island where they grow all the cocaine and all of the morphine from poppies. And they do it legally there, and they market it around the world. And they got in touch with me and a DEA guy of all people too, and they wanted to know if we could extract cocaine better than the way they were doing it, and if we could extract uh, morphine from heroin or from the poppy. And I said, well, we can extract all oil-based things from any material that it's in. So they sent somebody over to observe and see what was going on with that. And we could have gone there, Tasmania, but I wasn't really, didn't really want to go there at the time. And I really didn't want to get involved in the government thing. And the cocaine and the morphine looked like a dead end trail to me. Uh, I was into pot and psychedelics and morphine and heroin. You know, morphine was invented, or heroin was invented to get people off of morphine addiction. So morphine was a big thing, and heroin came around, and it was like, what do they call it now when they want to get you off it? They give you these pills. I forget what it's called. But that's why heroin was invented originally to break morphine addiction. So you got to take the long look at everything. You can't just take a tiny piece of information like how much butter will fit on the end of your butter knife and spread it on your toast and be happy. You need to know where the butter came from, how to make it, all that kind of stuff. And as a kid growing up, my dad would hold poker parties, and the other NCOs, they'd all come over, they'd all smoke cigarettes and get drunk playing poker. And I'd have to listen to him and talk about a bunch of bullshitters. I mean, holy mackerel. So I would ask Dad questions that he couldn't answer. And he bought me an Encyclopedia Britannica from Tuttle's bookstore in Okinawa there. And it came along with the other picture books and stuff with it. And it was a whole setup, dictionary and Bible and encyclopedia and all of that. And so I was pretty quiet for about a year and a half. I read the Britannica from front cover to the last book, 20 books in the series. And so about 6 months passed. Dad was having another poker party one night. They started talking shit, and there was this one guy there, red-faced guy, I can't remember his name anymore. But he's told some piece of information. I spoke up, and I said, well, that's bullshit. That's not true. Here's the truth. They all sat there quietly and listened to me till I was done. And then they all looked at each other. Dad said, goes, now get the fuck out of here and leave us alone so we can play poker. And after that, my nickname was Hey Shithead. For a long time, I almost thought that was my name. But I realized books and knowledge were kind of magic wands to getting through life. And so I was a very avid reader. And I read everything that library in Lucknow I had to have available to read. I read it. And so, yes, it was a kind of concentrated life. I was in a spot where there wasn't anything else to do. So I had to do that. Otherwise, I would have gone a little nuts. And I might have anyway. Who knows? The shadow knows.
Shadow knows. Oh, that's pretty
I don't know
crazy. It's
if you've
kind of
ever
a
heard radio star.
ter- terrible name for a kid. It's shithead. Uh, no, I haven't heard of who. Who are you getting ready to mention of?
That's just an old radio show, The Shadow. Who knows what evil lurks in the heart of man? The shadow knows. We used to listen to that when we were kids because there wasn't TV. So we would hear these radio dramas. And nowadays, you can, it's a similar thing, Audible on my iPhone. I've got 900
Oh,
books
I
on
love
my iPhone.
Audible. I love it.
Listen, I don't go to sleep without it. I turn it on. I put it on for an hour or an hour and 45 minutes, stuff it in my pillow, and I lay there and listen to the story. You know, when I was a little kid, my grandmother used to tell us stories to put us to sleep. And so when I found Audible, it was great. I could give myself good night stories.
Funny. You know, I think that's. I've talked a lot about manifesting things. You've talked about a lot of things that really interest me. Frequency, the Akashic record. It was another thing, but God damn it, I forgot where I was going with this. Um, I believe in manifesting, and I think that's really what's wrong with this current generation. That's these people that are coming up nowadays is they lack the imagination, and I think that's kind of when they started feeding us with the television, if you will. It started to replace a lot of people's imagination, and I believe imagination is key for like manifesting things and just overall planning your life and where you want to go. You have to see it vividly, and I almost wish that we could go back to them days where they had like the radio stories where you actually had to envision it in your own mind instead of being force fed the vision. Because I think, like I said, once full TV came into full swing, I think people stopped utilizing that portion of their mind where they could actually, put things together in their mind with words instead of, their eyes. And I think that's something that's lost today is imagination in a lot of people. They don't want to think for themselves. They just want to be fed.
Well, if they show you a TV early on and you start entertaining yourself instead of using your mind, guess what? Why would you need imagination with someone else's? Why would when you can turn on a little box and become anybody, anywhere, and have any illusion or adventure that you want, why would you cultivate the same thing in your own mind? You don't need to. You're being entertained. It's like the elite have us all being entertained while they're rummaging through our pockets to see what we've got. I know that my experience in writing patents taught me a lot. A lot of wealthy people will come along when you write a good patent and want to help you, except for what they want to do is help you lose all your intellectual work. I ran into several wealthy people, and whenever they would offer you a contract, you'd look at it and you'd understand that in that contract, you get nothing, they get everything, and too bad. That's how it is. So you have to become very defensive about yourself uh, with the wealthy because they're it's like they don't have morals anymore because the same reason that you just said about imagination, they don't need them. And why would you develop empathy and compassion if it's not needed, if everything is provided for you? I think one of the biggest stumbling blocks on this planet is to be born wealthy, born into a family where you don't have to want or try for anything. All of the creation of this planet has come from uh, people's wonderment. And it's like all the good computer stuff came because of the gamers. The gamers wanted a better game and a better game and a better game. And so now look at the stuff. I mean, on my computer, I've got a Titan V card, which is the latest and the greatest. It's got artificial intelligence built into it, and I use the living bejesus out of it because it's there and I can. But I remember when I first got interested in computers, it was with the Commodore VIC-20, and it was the first computer that was in color and had some graphics programs, had a lot of games mostly, but it had graphics programs, which I was very interested in. And so I just kept upgrading from a VIC-20 to the next thing, to Amiga 500, to Amiga 1000. And then finally someone decided they needed to make good graphics cards for PCs. And so I migrated over to PC. And Amiga sort of went by the wayside. And I'm just stuck with the thing that is most fascinating to me. I mean, if you saw my screen on my computer, my opening screen, there's about 175 software programs on it, and every kind that you can think of. A lot of graphic stuff, you know, Lightwave and Unreal Engine and CryEngine and all the various ZBrush, and pretty much anything, Poser, on and on. I've just got tons of it. 3D Max, Maya, Natron, Lightwave, World Creator, View, Play Factory, Speed Tree, just, hundreds of them. And it's because I need them in my creative process. I might be doing something in one program and I need to go to another. So for the years since I started getting different programs, I was involved in a thing where you would change formats. You wanted to put this 3D object from this program into that one, not the same format. So you had to change them so that you could use it. And you had to be more exacting because you got to the surfaces and the light and the way it. Anyway, I got into all that in a big way because I would use different 3D programs for different effects. And I must have a half a dozen different powerful terrain generators, but I use one to make terrain mesh, another one I put plants, and then maybe I want to add water to the scene, like an ocean or something. And so I've got Real Flow and a couple of other water manipulation programs or water creation programs that I appreciate very much. And I make these animations. I did a lot of covers for albums. Nobody knows about that, but I did some album covers. I did a couple of music animations in the late 80s in Washington. There was a group called Sad Happy, and it was a saxophone and a drummer, but it sounded like a fucking symphony orchestra. These guys were something else. So I I used to shoot light shows behind them on stage. I had to have my computer there and put a light show up behind them. And I eventually made they made some song called Submarine, and I made an animation for that, for a submarine in the water going by while you're under the water, hearing the sonar bleep. And I've just been so much interested in all these different things. I've got around 1,000 pieces of art that I've created over the years of all sorts. I don't know if you've seen any of them. If you go on my YouTube site, you see a lot of the kind of work that I do. I have a big drawing tablet, and ran into the computer, and it's all different brushes, chalk, airbrush, skinning lines, whatever you want. And so I create all of my art from scratch, layer things in. And I might look at a picture that I saw and be wanting to create that over again, but in my style. And my style is kind of psychedelic. And I guess it comes from all of the psychedelic experiences from late 60s onward. I mean, I was pretty much exposed to everything. Nobody was thinking, I mean, they had these silly ass commercials. This eggs in a frying pan, this is your brain on drugs. And it was like, well, where do we get those drugs? we were facetiously thinking that whatever drug we wanted to take, it was good. We were invincible. And so our whole thing was for experience. That's how I got to the right hand molecule MDA. That right hand molecule MDA, mescaline, and LSD, and pot are my go-tos. Those are my faves. And I'm still doing psychedelic trips. Why not? I love mushrooms. I grow some philosopher's stones, a couple of jars, just enough for me to have stash. And although my friend Tony from Amsterdam, who was the guy who started the giant philosopher's stone grows in Amsterdam back when, I was just talking to him, and he's wanting to come to the States, and I asked him about spores for the various types of mushrooms that grow truffles. I think there's 6 different ones. And he said, well, spores would be a problem. He goes, but I can send you some of each of those stones, and then when I get there, I'll show you how to clone them. And I said, what? You can clone the... He's like, yeah, you can clone them. I'll teach you how to do it. It's real simple. He says, in 2 months, you can have like tens of thousands of them. And so he's going to come over, and we're going to have a look at that, because that would be most interesting to me. I don't know if you've ever had philosopher's stones, but it's one of the mellowest, most inward trips. It's like mescaline. I mean, if you haven't had mescaline, then you don't know what a hallucination is yet, I think, unless you smoke DMT. Mescaline, the first time I took it, all the colors started pouring off of things. I looked at a milk carton and it was red on it, and I noticed that the red was pouring off into the floor and getting all over the whole room. And then I noticed everything was doing that, and all the colors were very fluid. And I realized I was tripping for sure. But that was the first time I actually saw what I would classify as a hallucination. I'd taken acid before, and I'd seen trails and close your eyes and see stuff, but I never actually had a quote unquote hallucination. The best thing was the first one, and then the second time that happened was smoking DMT. Smoking DMT puts you in a whole new world. Well, and then also there's another one. It's a psychedelic mint that grows in Mexico. can't
Hmm.
remember the name of it offhand
I've
right
never
now,
heard
but
of that.
you can smoke it too, and they put you right. Oh yeah, there's definitely a mint that grows in Mexico. I'll get you the name of it. I don't have it right on the top of my uh, information deficient
I'm
brain right
interested.
now. But have you ever had salvia?
No, I haven't.
Salvia divinorum?
No.
That'll put you in another whole fucking world too. It, salvia is well, it's actually part of the mint family, Salvia divinorum, and you should look it up because it's one very heavy trip. It doesn't last long. You smoke it, and you know it seems like 100 years, and then you come to, and then everybody's like, "Wow, how was it?" And you're like, "Well, how long was I gone?" They said 5 minutes. It was like, no, it was a whole nother world. There were beings there. I had an adventure. 5 minutes. So DMT is very similar to that. You smoke a good hit of DMT, you'll start seeing the little green people and the tall, voluptuous green women walking around who will come and tell you that everything's okay and not to worry. But you have to be in a psychonaut, you know, you have to be up for that adventure because otherwise, how will you take it? People want to take drugs at party doses, you know, and partying with these drugs is kind of, I don't know, it's almost sacrilegious, you know. I think if you're going to take those kind of drugs, you need to prepare for it and clean your body out, fast for a day beforehand, and be in the right space. I mean, I wouldn't want to take those drugs and then go to a club where people were dancing. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to me. I would be, I would be confused to put myself in that kind of situation. Because do you want to get high or do you want to be in the club? Uh, you got to make a choice. You know, if you
Right.
want to get high, being in a club is not going to be conducive to you reaching the next level of anything. So I've been on the psychedelic bus tour, and I know all the bus stops, and I've been at most of them numerous times. They all have something to teach you, and
Well,
I'm a big proponent of learning.
well, I am too. I've had some very enlightening experiences on psychedelics, both things that took me in positive ways, and actually once I, it was about a year and a half ago, actually, on those truffles. I don't know if it was because I was heavy or if it was just something I needed to see, but man, that shit, uh, it actually made me see something that was coming in my life that I didn't realize that was going on at the time. And it was brutal at the time to put myself through that. But when I found out that when that instance or that time came that I realized that what had happened in my head on the psychedelic or on the mushrooms was actually going on, you know, in real life, or I was coming to fruition. I uh, I walked with. I like to think I walked through it pretty fucking gracefully, which would have normally been a fucking most people a wrecking experience for them. Uh, so it's weird how they can work like that for you, make you see the good
Well,
and the
all of the
bad sometimes.
experiences, well, all of the experiences that we have are singularly for the personal process of creating understanding. You know, this is school. There's only the one lesson being taught here, but it's taught through everything. It's taught through hate, through love, through loss, through gain, through fear, through sadness, through joy. It's all the same. It's all about love. It comes at you from all of the different angles. And it's the only thing that you actually take away from here. And if you fail, you come back and you keep coming back here until you do understand and take it away with you. And some people come back here voluntarily to help other people get through their times, and avatars and like that. And I was lucky enough in my life to have been born at the proper time to go in India and see an avatar and have him exert influence on my life and have him straighten me out. Because I was, before I started paying attention to him and listening to him, I was kind of a dunce. I was very focused and I could accomplish a lot of things, but my heart wasn't in the right place that matched up with my head. And he reached in me and made that connection. And so I didn't make any more decisions that didn't involve my heart understanding everything that was involved in. And that was a big day change. And this manifestation thing, look, this whole world is just a bunch of atoms being held together by this cohesiveness of our combined imaginations. And everything that happens here begins and finishes with us and what we think. So whatever you tell your mind that you are, you will become that. And so meditation shouldn't be used to try to create something. Meditation is kind of used to uncreate something. It's to uncreate the programming and the stuff that goes on here on earth around you that doesn't pertain to your education as a cosmic being. I mean, literally, we are immortal cosmic beings, but we keep descending into these dense bodies to have experiences that we can't have when we're in fully realized mode. So we can advance our cause by coming into these bodies and having the experience, and yet again finding that you're this immortal being of light. Because every single one of us are, even the moron who's running the White House right now, this cosmic being, and he chose a very difficult lesson for himself. You know, the power of your words is diminished by lying. If you tell lies all the time, pretty soon no fucking body will believe anything you say. And I learned how powerful the word is by not speaking at all for 7.5 months. And after that, when I spoke, I wanted it to have some basis in meaning and reality. Otherwise, why talk, right? It's why I've not come on a lot of these kinds of interview shows. It's because I've never been sure that you can transmit that kind of information. I don't think you can give it to someone. You have to find it. Because that's how it worked with me. I heard people tell me stuff all my life. And finally, I got to the point where I realized everybody's got a piece of advice for you. But out of all the vices,
Yeah. They're talking about in chat how much they love listening to you, Indra. At one point, I want to be too crazy for you when we were talking about Audible. He said, "You're just like listening to a fascinating audiobook." Interactive audiobook is what he said about listening to you. Very true. Very true.
well, I think if you came from the time period I came from, communication with other people was important. Talking was important. Now it's not so important. I mean, you just grab your phone and shoot a text off. Everybody giggles and they shoot another text back. But I've been in rooms physically with these people who do that a lot, and I find them lacking in their ability to hold conversations that are both interesting and meaningful. I like listening to people. I mean, I love to go to TED Talks and listen to. I've listened to every TED Talk that's online, and I love that kind of communication when people open your mind to something completely new and different. There's so many doors. I mean, we are born into a house of doors, and the doorknobs all look the same and the doors look the same. But when you open them up, what's inside is another story entirely. And it's good to not lose that fascination for life, to be willing to open another new door and explore. A lot of these people who are very set in their ways, some of these families who are very wealthy, you can believe they're not opening any new doors. They're not interested in new doors. The door that they're in is polishing their cherry quite nicely. And so they don't wish to change anything. I remember when I wrote the first patent, the amount of uh, feedback was just unreal. It was like, what did I do? I do something wrong. I wrote a patent. The guy at the patent office in Geneva, when I went in to get the first one in 1998, looked at me and said, I hope you've got a good hiding place, Mr. Davis. And I said, why? And he said, because this patent that I just okayed for you is going to make a lot of people in the solvent recovery business very angry. And this was the patent examiner right there in Geneva, Switzerland, telling me that I had just uh, ungratiated myself to a lot of wealthy people who got big money in solvent recovery factories. Like hexane, they put hexane in to extract a lot of food, stuff, and oils out. But hexane always leaves a footprint behind. You can distill a hexane extraction 20 times in a row. You'll still, when you put it through the CG, you'll find a footprint of hexane in it. And so the more I got into extraction, the more I began to realize that butane was going to be the future because it doesn't leave a footprint and it extracts the terpenes, terpenoids, oil, all of the good things. As I was saying the other night, when you extract a plant with butane, and if you do it cryogenically, the life force of that plant goes with the oil, and you'll find it present in it. And I've taken thousands of photos under circumstances that showed that that was the case, that there was that life force was in there because crystals of the flower would appear in these oils. And one of these days, hopefully before I die, I've got a coffee table book with about 10,000 pictures of crystals formed in the factory there in Kansas and elsewhere that I've experimented with, played with over the years. And I actually had about 100,000 of them, but the publisher who I got hooked up with wanted to use only 10,000. Actually, he wanted to use less than that. He was like, all you have to do is give people the idea. And I said, no, I want these pictures published. You don't want to do it, I'll go somewhere and do it myself. So he finally agreed 10,000 pictures could go into the book. And I guess it's all around color separations for 10,000 pictures. It's quite a bit of money. But I'm determined to see it through because I think when you show something new on Earth, something different, that we're like, Earth is like a sponge. It'll soak it up right away. And a lot of stuff will start happening because of that. I based that experience on the fact that I gave BHO out and it became a multi-billion-dollar industry of concentrates. And I just explained how to do it, and no further uh, instructions were needed. The industry created itself. I mean, I get emails from people all the time saying, "Hey, thanks, I wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for you." And to those people, I say back, drop a check in the mail. So anyway, uh, yeah, I was happy to have been the person who could release that. I can remember the night we did it. Johnny and I were in Switzerland on my computer, and we were smoking one. And I looked at him and I said, "You want to turn the whole world on tonight?" He said, "Yeah, how do we do that?" I said, "I'm going to let BHO out on the internet here. And, you can still find the post. It's on Hero Web, the original post that I made about it. And we put it out. And I was on a cactus bulletin board when I first let the idea out. And all these guys were talking about how difficult it was to go from cactus to mescaline in product. And San Pedro and peyote and all of it. They were talking about it and how there was a number of steps and it was messy and took forever. And so I commented that, well, you guys are doing this the hard way. Why don't you dry the outer eighth inch of the cactus, powder it up, throw it in a pipe, and fire some butane through it. Have mescaline coming out the bottom of it. They won't be needles. It'll be more like piles of plastic, but it'll be pure. Well, that board had a chat on it where I said that. The chat was like nowadays chat from going 100 miles an hour. You had to hit your space bar to slow anything down and read any of the comments. All of a sudden, the chat stopped. Nobody was saying anything on the chat. And pretty soon after about 3 or 4 minutes, this one chat message comes up and the guy says, "Sir, does that work with anything else?" And I said, "Well, yeah, if you want to have butane honey oil, you never mind the mescaline, you put pot in the pipe and pass the butane through it, and you get pure honey oil out." Well, the fucking chat exploded with activity then. And you can see the results. I mean, everybody and their brothers making concentrates now. Um, I was happy if, I felt like I turned the world on. So that would be some good karma for me and Johnny. And we enjoyed doing it. And so I'm always amused now when people who have been extracting for 2 or 4 or 5 years, sometimes they'll say to me on my site or something that they know more about extraction and they can extract better stuff than I do. They want to have an extract off with me where they compare theirs to mine. And I always find that humorous. And I always tell them, look, as soon as you write a patent that's worldwide and accept it in 30 countries, then we can have like an ant crawling up an elephant's leg with rape on his mind, son. Not going to happen that way. And besides that, the fact that they think because they've been at it for a couple of years, they know what's going on has always been a mind-boggling to me. I spent from 1967, 66, late 66, until now doing it. Could be that I've done more extractions than you've been alive. And believe me, I've extracted every fucking nut, seed, leaf, bark, root bark, animal tissue, fungi that exist on the planet. I've even extracted mineral rocks that they would normally grind up and steam distilled mineral oil out of. We've extracted mineral oil out of rocks. On and on. I mean, the perfume companies used to keep us very busy with odd extractions. I remember when cinnamon trees were marked by the World Authority on things that are going extinct. Said that no more cinnamon trees could have the bark stripped from them because cinnamon trees took 20 years to grow, and it was really messing with all the cinnamon trees in China were dying off. And so Roberta got in touch with me and said, "We're going to send you some bark to extract. It's from a plant called Acacia siberium, and we want you to extract it and tell us about the oil and ship it back to us." Well, we filled it up with this bark and extracted it. Lo and behold, it was cinnamon oil. Well, it was awfully damn close to cinnamon oil. And so we started extracting massive quantities of that for them, which they immediately used in place of cinnamon. And a German company got in touch with me who grew and extracted chamomile, German chamomile. And the scientist at the company got in touch with me and he said, "You know, chamomile oil is blue." And I said, "Well, I've seen that, yeah." He said, "Can we send you some chamomile? Can you extract it with the method and tell us the results? Send it to us." So yeah, so they sent us a big thing of this really tiny German chamomile flowers, really gorgeous, really smelled beautiful. And we extracted it, but we didn't get any blue oil. We got one very heavy refrigerated ivory white fraction and one very light yellow colored watery fraction. So one was viscous and the other one was very watery. And I sent that to him. And he called me on the phone in tears. He was crying. And I was like, "What's wrong?" And he said, "It's about the extract you sent me." I was like, "Well, shit, was it that bad?" It's like, "No, no." He goes, "Last 25 years, I've been trying to separate those two compounds after we steam distill the plant." He said, "But now I've realized that the heat and the steam distillation cause those two chemicals to combine and make a third chemical, which is I can't go backwards on." He says, "It's the first time I saw them now this way, and we want to do this all the time now." So we did a lot of things like that that changed the stuff that was in the books. Chamomile oil is no longer blue, but all the old books, that was the standard. But not anymore. There's two fractions now. And we did a lot of things like that. I mean, we discovered so many different things that had more than one fraction, sometimes more than two or even three fractions in them. And because we extract them cryogenically, if there was three fractions and you would put it in a column or a test tube, those three fractions would separate and you could see the line of demarcation between each and every one of those fractions. And then interestingly enough, if it had two or three fractions and you heated them to 62 degrees centigrade, those fractions would combine and you couldn't separate them so easily anymore. And so it became clear to me that butane was extracting fractions separately and selectively. And so all these things kept telling me this is the way to go. I know people started having a lot of accidents with butane. I guess that was my fault for letting open blasting out. Too many. You know, one of the most powerful forces on earth, the most powerful blindfold in existence is greed. And people will do this open blasting until they hurt themselves or something because greed just, hey, this is easy and I can do it. I can make money off it. I guess I'm sorry for that in a way because a lot of grief. I know a lot of people are happy, but still it left a mark in me on not wanting to be the cause of any pain or hurt in the world. I wanted to leave a clean trail. When my name came up, people would say,
Hey,
Some
you
people
can't feel like
I didn't
that.
want to leave behind junk into that. And a lot of that kind of stuff is, well, we're being entertained. So we're being entertained by people who find salacious things to make shows about, and then a lot of people want to watch it. And unfortunately, you know, I'll tell you, my teacher once told me it's better to have one spiritual man in a community than all of those things, because when a spiritual man is in the community, it's like a drop of milk going into a bucket of water. It spreads everywhere throughout the water, and the effect of it is everywhere in the water. That's the effect of a spiritual man in the community. And instead, you've got executives who are making porn, and they're taking all the things that are sacred to our being and ourselves, and they're capitalizing on it. It's one of the things that's wrong with all isms. Capitalism, socialism, communism, all of those that end in those words are all uh, generating a pattern of thought and being that's contrary to our real existence and who we really are. And that's what we forget. All these processes that are going on now. It's going on because something is so wrong in our society that one person felt like it was okay to kill another person on camera in front of everybody, and it would be okay. Where where could you find the idea that anything like that would be okay? You know, it was. I mean, I'm not a Bible thumper at all, but if you go back, because it's a record, it's a historical record besides being a story. Um, there's a lot of things in it that completely make sense now because it was the wisdom of the day. And understanding each other and being loving to each other is the opposite of not understanding and fucking murdering each other. And gee whiz, guys, you know, I went to Vietnam. I know what it was like. I was a combat field medic. Combat is the most horrible thing on earth that you can imagine. Seeing people get limbs blown off, legs, big holes in their body, sitting holding someone while they're dying. They want to know if they're going to be okay, and you lie to them and tell them everything's going to be okay. Uh, all that kind of stuff. It's all brought about by the fact that there's people who are one sole interest in life is making money. And I've been trying to look at this as not a making money thing, but making consciousness. You know, making people, forcing people to look inside and see who they were and what was going on. And that's been my desire and hope in this life. When I make art, I make it around consciousness. When I make music, I make it around consciousness and feelings, good feelings. I'm sure rock and roll is great, but I also like new age music or the kind of stuff that I play all the time, which brings me to tears when I'm playing it. So it must be making, it's ringing my bell inside. You know, we're all like bells. And if your bell, when it rings, it's a beautiful tone, other bells that are around it will start carrying that same tone because that vibrational world we live in, it can't be any other way. And so if you're if you're ringing your bell of beauty and peace and love, there's people around you who can find that. It's been throughout the ages. The gurus attract people, and things start up because people want that. That's what they're looking for. But then somebody else comes along and convinces them that they need a new car every year, and they need a bigger house, and they need more toys and some guns. And while we're at it, uh, let's watch porn while we're having sex so that we can get really high. And all of those things which distract from the idea of discovering who you really are. all of those things exist, but now my parents talking to me on the side, like, she's like, what are you talking about? But yeah, we lose track of the purpose of life. And the unfortunate ending to that is a lot of people on their deathbeds are laying there and they go, hey, bring my kids and my ex-wives in so I can say I'm sorry to them. Well, guess what, fucker? Too late. You know, you call them in on your deathbed and saying you're sorry is not going to cut mustard. And instead, uh, treat them like the beings that they are. Treat them like you want to be treated. And people have lost sight of that because there's a new car, there's a new this, and meditation. The way I taught myself meditation was I got a giant piece of drywall that had nothing on it, it was white. And I had this, I had a chair that was kind of comfortable that I would sit in front of it, and I would sit with my face just 3 inches away from the drywall because that filled my peripheral vision up with the same thing that was in front of my eyes, which was nothing. And just this blank white wall. And wow, the first year was absolute fucking torture because I'd be watching it and then all of a sudden my butt would itch. Or I'd have to scratch my nose. I'd have to start over again. So I kept doing it until no itchy butt or nose itch or anything was going to distract me from it. I was in this peaceful, quiet place. I really wasn't seeing even. I wasn't seeing the whiteboard anymore. I was in another place. And it be finding that place and finding out that there's a lot of distractions on the way to it was a great learning experience for me. And I learned to recognize distractions for what they are. And that's a powerful thing to learn in this life, to be able to recognize what the distraction is and deal with it, because it'll knock you off the path every time if you're not able to recognize it, see what it is. So I wanted to get all the distractions out of my life that weren't leading me towards understanding me totally. Because the more I understood me, the more I understood everybody I came in contact with. And then I began to understand that some of the people that I come in contact with are coming into contact with me for the same reason. They can't help themselves, and all they know is they're not happy where they are, and we will learn how to be in a different place. And you have to wonder about it before you do anything about it. So if you're wondering about it, that means maybe you're ready to listen, or maybe you're ready to accept yourself and start working on you. Because you can't help anybody until you can help yourself. Let's get real about it. You want to be a counselor and help people. You've got to be able to walk their path for a while to understand and see what's going on, and not judge people. I mean, I fall by the wayside on that one all the time, trying not to judge people. But my old sarcastic surface personality, which I used to have years ago, was judging everything and everybody. I mean, I had an answer for everything. I was a real big head about that. And my early relationship with Annie, she would be very happy to point it out every single time. And then just slyly smile at me out to the side. So she was a good teacher for me until I got to India and ran into song. And saw me took over and straightened me out for her. But life is it's an interesting thing as long as you don't give up. If you give up, things are going to turn shitty for you. You can't turn around and let the waves hit you. But you gotta keep plowing forward. So anyway, sorry, I'm gonna burn your ears off here. But
I'm loving this.
I don't
I'm,
know. I feel
I'm loving this, Sandra. And everybody is. I don't know if you're able to watch this chat, but I'm loving this, and I'm actually guilty. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm thinking, man, I'm I'm guilty of like wanting you on because this is like it's been I don't know very enlightening for my soul. You're a tough interview, by the way. I want to tell you, there's been many times where I've gotten the mic and I've stuttered, and I'm here to tell you this is why, Indra. It's because in the when I'm listening to you talk, I'm sitting there trying to think of a good question or next question for you, and then there's some at some point in what you're saying, you've struck a chord inside me, and set me off realizing some shit about myself that I should have maybe taken note of, at another time. And so that's when I get the mic. I'm sitting there thinking, trying to rethink of the question I have for you. And at the same time, I'm going, wow, I can't believe what I'm, pulling away from this. And the same thing, when you've kind of mentioned and blamed yourself a little bit for the people that's gotten hurt with your BHO technique there. You can't. There's no way you can take that and carry any weight with that. I mean, no more than any great inventor or anybody that has brought in anything to society that has benefited it. Like the guy who's invented the magnifying glass. Do you think he carried around weight for the first idiot that lifted that thing up to the sun and blasted their eye out with that ray? No, it's just shit. People do dumb shit. You know what I mean? Just because you put a good process out there, you can't blame people that hasn't done their. You need to blame if you have any hard feelings. It should be not for the people that. Well, I take that back. You got to have compassion for the people that got hurt, but it's got to be more for the people that are putting the bullshit equipment out there that is hurting people. Not it ain't your method. It's the people that are putting together half-ass shit and putting it out there and telling people this is okay. It's not the process. It's the people in between. And one other thing I wanted to mention too, as far as you rambling on and telling stories. They're fascinating stories. Every one of them down the line. You talk about every house has a door, a room with a door to it. If you don't mind me, in a somewhat jokingly fashion, you're the Winchester house, sir. Do you know about the Winchester house? You're the
into it.
Winchester house of this. So uh, you've got a lot of doors, my friend, and I'm quite interested in hearing everything that's behind each and every one of them, and I'm sure everybody else is too. So if you feel like you want to ramble on about anything, we're all ears. We've absolutely been fascinated
Well,
by both of these sessions that you've been so gracious to give us some time.
well,
Don't feel at any
I'm
point it's
open
a
to
ramble.
I'm open to questions if people want to ask questions. If I can answer it, I will. I won't. Um, I won't give
At
you
this
any
point,
bad information.
oh no, I doubt that. And as far as questions go back, I know Jack earlier wanted to know if you've done any cannabis breeding or any other type of breeding with plants or animals or anything. That was one question that was thrown out there for you.
Well, look, I grew for the last 60 years. Um, I put a bunch of pictures online showing how to make one plant grow 15 or 20 pounds reliably every time. How to trim it. I call it the maxi yield trim. And if you look at some of the pictures on Instagram and on the YouTube channel, you'll see the bottom of the pot where there's a huge plant growing. It's only one plant. And um, back in some years ago in Mendocino, when we were growing, they had this program where you could only have 26 plants. And you would get these little tags from the sheriff, put them on your plants, and that way, if they came to visit you, they didn't bother your 26 plants. But if you had plants there with no tags on them, they whack them down and arrest you to boot. But anyway, that meant we couldn't grow 600 plants anymore all of a sudden. And got to thinking about it. And so originally, I had grown plants when I was trying to grow really big plants. I'd grow plants up inside of a 8-inch tube with a light at the top so that there wouldn't be any bifurcation. And I'd take the tube off of it and take a razor blade to the stalk and kind of score it everywhere, and then cover it in root tone and dig a 7-foot deep hole filled with rabbit poo and stick it all the way down in the hole so only 2 inches of it were sticking out above the ground. Well, the whole stalk would change into a root, and in about 3 weeks it would start growing a foot a day. And that was my first iteration of growing a big plant. They would go 30 feet tall that way, but when it came to the limiting factor of only 26 plants, so then we grew it up in the tube, took the tube off, took a razor blade, and cut it in 4 equal parts from the top down and laid each one down. We would do this in a 600-gallon pot. You lay each one down, you coat it with root tone, and the center of the cut where it divides up, you get this tape that they use on apple trees to tape another kind of branch onto the tree so it grows. And it's got antibiotics in it and so forth. You wrap that around the bottom of it. And what will happen will, all of those 4 pieces will start growing branches out, and they'll establish roots on them because you had the root tone on it. And it'll grow up about 250 or 300 branches then off of this one plant. It's not growing the main stem anymore because you've cut the main stem in 4 pieces. And so the plant is in survival mode now. If it fell down, everything would turn up and grow up that way. So you've got this plant now producing 300 branches. Well, they all grow up, and each one of them gets a beer can size round bud on it that's anywhere from 1 to 3 feet long, and they're all identical. And so we got these plants to produce between 15 and 20 pounds per each, and we could grow 26 of them. So we were okay again with our quantity because we used to have this guy, a black guy, would fly from Texas in a private plane to buy hundreds and hundreds of pounds off us. And he was a hell of a guy, had a hell of a sense of humor. And he would always look it over and go, how the fuck did you guys grow 300 pounds with every single bud looking the same as every other single bud? And we would never tell him, but that's how we did it. We had these plants like that. So I put that on Instagram and on YouTube, but not that many people tried it, I guess, yet. If you would have tried it, you would never go back to the other way again, because I see people doing indoor grows, and it's kind of a candelabra thing that they grow. But believe me, the way I just said is the cat's pajamas of ways. If I wasn't so worn out and tired, I would be growing
600 plant grows where each one I did like that. Imagine 600 plants and 20 pounds of plant. That'd be a seriously satisfying grow. And I'm glad to show anybody or teach anybody how to do it. I'm not for hiding anything. If I didn't have to make a licensing deal about the trichrome shake-off, I would give that out too. But I did enter into a licensing deal with someone. So unless you want to license technology from me, I can't tell it to you. But let me tell you, it's the cat's pajamas. You can shake off an entire pound, you get like between 90 and 140 grams of trichromes in 10 seconds. Every trichrome. You'd be hard put to find a trichrome in the other material afterwards, even with a microscope.
I was asking questions. I was muted. I can't even ask questions really without getting you in trouble. For some reason, I'm thinking it's got to have to do something with an ultrasonic shake. I don't know. Just crazy.
You can guess all day. I cannot say. I made a deal and it has to stay that way.
Right. I can
I'm a man of my word.
No worries there. I would like to get you because I'm sure the grow could get it pretty in detail. I'd like to get you back. When last time I had the mic, when I got off, I asked Chad any questions, and the first one I got back was, "Can he come back? Can he come back?" Was the first thing that came back, and everybody else went, "What a
I don't
question."
mind. Look, I used to go on Hash Church all the time, but I don't like going on Hash Church all the time because I don't always have something to say, and I don't want to just go on there and blab. So I told Marcus that I was going to slow down on doing Hash Church things. And besides that, there was a couple of jealous people on Hash Church, Todd McCormick and somebody else who even he read my patent and then he told Marcus, that's not a real patent. That's a lie. It's bullshit. I don't believe it. And Marcus says, what are you talking about? I've known the guy for 20 years. It's a real patent. But Todd, he's just a jackass looking for some place to vent his energy where he'll get feedback from it. A lot of people will like that, though. Pull your string and see what you say, yeah?
Yeah.
So,
I
always pull the other string. I always pull the other string. Well, I always pull the other string back. I want to say something to them that make them think. I'll get even with them.
Sometimes I find that the best way to deal with that is just not to feed into it, just to walk away. Not say anything sometimes the best way.
Well, they're just struggling too. They're just at the point where they're like a rat in the corner, you know. Anytime you come close to their corner, they're growling and spitting and trying to bite. And I understand it. Believe me, I've been in that fucking corner. And when I was younger, there was I practically had a tent there.
Man, I just can't. It seems like you've packed a whole lot into your time. That's for sure. Should
Well,
if you don't
I
have,
wasn't doing the packing.
you mentioned writing a book just about processes, man. An autobiography would be fascinating. You'd be a good listen on Audible. I'd buy it. That's for sure.
Well, Well, I actually am working on such a book. I don't know if I'll finish it before life finishes me, but I'm trying.
I understand the optimism, but man, I don't like to hear it. Or what you're saying there. Everybody's time's gonna come, but uh, it seems like you have a different tact on it. You know it's coming. Put more. I don't know. It's I don't know. Grim.
Hey, it's
Grim.
not too hard to figure out. Just look around. The fucking graveyards are full of people are dying to get in graveyards.
You know, it's it's a weird place. It's just come about me too, and most people, we all fear death at one point, but I don't know what's come about in my attitude as of late. I'd say like the last year, but I don't know, man. I at one point I can very honestly say I feared death, but as of late, there's just some understanding in me that I don't fear it anymore. I just uh, I just kind of know that this is just part of it. This, this is just a one phase to a multi-phase process in growing up. As a kid, you can't walk,
It
and I
is.
think this is just one step in the next phase.
Well, when you go to the amusement park and you get on a ride, pretty soon it's going to end. Then you have to get off. And you might want to go around and get in line again. I guess it's pretty much how it works here. This is a ride. Bodies last as long as they need to for you to find out and learn what you need. A lot of people don't ride the ride all the way to the end. They want to get off before the end. And you just have to be open to the fact that it's a fabulous adventure. That's you can only have this. It's like buying a new car and then keeping it 40 years. Well, time to trade old Betsy in. Got to get a new one. And I'm not afraid of death. When I was in Vietnam, I got shot and woke up in Tokyo in the hospital. I had I don't know, 900 stitches. I had tubes going up my PP. Uh, I had things stuck in my arm everywhere. I had tubes going down my nose and down my throat. And I just came to in that situation. You're looking around. There was this nurse there, and I said, "Am I hallucinating?" And she said, "No, honey, it's real. You're here." This big, like 300-pound black lady. And I asked her for a drink of water. And she said, "No, no, honey, you can't have the water. You've been gut shot." I said, "I'm really thirsty, though." She said, "I know that." And she said, "Here." She gave me a wash rag that she squeezed all of the water out. The girl had some hands on her, too. She squeezed that fucker dry. It was damp, kind of. She gave me that. So here, you can chew on this. And that was my drink of water and welcome back to the world after thinking that I was dead. You getting shot, I don't know. It's not an experience that you want to take part of. Um, it's a strange thing because it disconnects you from life for a little while, and you're not sure when you come back if it's a dream or a hallucination or reality or what, because you've been somewhere else, and your lights go out pretty quick when you get shot. I when I got shot, I fell back against a tree, And I had been working on somebody. I was a medic, and the person I was working on died, and they shouldn't have because it was a collarbone wound, and it hadn't penetrated the lungs or anything. But he started hyperventilating, and I couldn't stop him, and he died. And that made me stand up like an idiot, and that's when the sniper got me. And so um, I fell back against the tree, and everything got quiet. There was, I mean, it was in the middle of a firefight. Everybody was shooting rounds off as fast as possible, but it all got quiet for me, and I could hear some birds up in the tree above me, little songbirds singing, and I was watching them, and suddenly, in my mind, I said, "Why are there birds in a tree in a combat zone?" Some deep thought came to me on that one, and all of a sudden, I came back alive, and I could hear the guns and the sounds, and I felt the numb pain, if you can understand that kind of a feeling. I mean, I was gut shot, but it was numb. But at the same time, it was very painful. And waking up in the hospital under the circumstances, you're not sure what the hell's going on. It's an interesting picture of you. Your head's gone. Everything's there but your head. You look back to Headless Horseman. Oh, there it is. It popped back out. Now gone again. Anyway, yeah, it has a big impact on your life. And, somehow, I keep surviving. I keep, my big joke is that I'm a charter member of the Frequent Survivors Club.
Frequent Survivors Club. So how many times would you say you've punched that card?
Nearly as many times as a cat. I was shot. I actually, before that, before getting shot, I was riding on top of an APC, an armored personnel carrier, in a place called Swan Lock. And it was full of wounded guys inside, and it was unbelievably hot and humid. And then you get that smell of a lot of blood, very coppery metallic smell. And I decided that I couldn't sit in there anymore, so I crawled out through the top on the hatch, and they had a rope up there that was on the APC. I guess the cowboys who were driving it, and it was on the tow hooks in the front. There's 2 tow hooks, and so the guy told me I could stand up back there and hold on to that rope and ride it that way. So I've been up there for about 5 minutes, and we went to a rice paddy, and then there was this huge sound, this unbelievable sound that filled up my whole world and made me fly through the air, and I landed in a tree. Turned out it was about 35 or 40 feet away from where the thing hit the mine, and it hit one of these kinds of mines that blow fire and heat and stuff up inside, penetrating mine. And all those wounded people and the driver that were inside of that APC were killed. And I had just crawled out of it, 5 minutes before to get on the top. And pretty damn lucky. And I mean, it should have killed me then. In fact, for a long time after I came back from Vietnam, I had a lot of survivor's guilt over that, because everybody that was in there was complaining about how it was hot. Even the guys who were wounded were like, "It's so hot." I crawled out on the top and left everybody inside, and then they all got killed. So I was feeling remorseful about that for a long time. And then Swami told me that he saved me from that because he had other work for me, and that they were all okay and they were in his hands now. So I quit worrying about that. But for a long time, I sure did. I wondered why I survived and other people had to die. It's a thing that happens. I think. I think other people felt that way. Wasn't a subject that we discussed a lot. I got out of the hospital in Tokyo, flew to Los Angeles, and I had a little bit of money, all the combat pay, and a year and a half of accrued leave. And so they gave me a draft, a government draft, not a check, but a draft. It was for about $60 or $6,500 or something like that. So I went down to Miracle Mile in LA, which is where all these banks are. And I went into the Bank of America, which is the draft was connected with the Bank of America, supposedly. And I went in there and I said, hey, I want to deposit this and I want to get $500 in cash to take with me. Guy looked at it and he says, well, he said, I can deposit it for you. He says, it probably won't clear for at least 2-3 weeks. He said, I can give you $20 until it comes through. And I'm like, $20? What the fuck? How long did you say? He says, I don't know, it could be 2 or 3 weeks. He says, but that's the bank policy and that's the best I can do. So he gave me $20 and I had a difficult time actually up to that moment. At first, when he offered me that, I said, fuck you, and I walked out. And I went to every other bank that was on the street. And that was when I found out that every single bank had the same story, and nobody was going to give me any money. The other guys didn't even want to give me $20. So I went back to this guy, and I had to eat a little bit of crow, and went in and I got the 20. And at the time, I was on crutches, and I had a huge Band-Aid, kind of a girdle thing wrapped around my stomach because I still had 320 stitches in. The inner ones, they said, will just dissolve in my body, or I'll poop them out or whatever. But the ones on the outside were a little tougher. They were green, and they were actually some kind of tough ass material. I don't remember what it was, but I had to now go back to get on the bus after having walked up and down Miracle Mile all day long on a set of crutches. My armpits were sore. I was tired. So I got a bus back over to the Bowery, and where I could get I thought I could get a motel room for a few dollars. And went back there, and rooms were $5. So I could either rent a room for 2 or 3 nights and eat a couple of meals, but that was going to be it. And so I decided food's probably going to be more important. So I went out and found the doorway and put my coat on and covered up and fell asleep. Sitting there until the next day. Then I went and had breakfast somewhere for about $1, and that went on and on for 4 weeks. No, I would go to that bank every day, and nope, hasn't come through yet. And finally, I was to the point where I didn't have any money at all, and the bank had these really thick bushes growing around it. It was like a hedge. And there was about 1.5 feet space in between the hedge and the bank building. And so when it got kind of dark, I crawled in there to sleep. And there was that particular day, there was some kind of party at the bank, and there was a lot of birthday cake and stuff thrown away. So I got a good meal out of the garbage can behind the bank. And then I took it was warm. And so I was in my Class A uniform still, and I found a milk carton in the garbage, and I opened it up and brought it back to the bank building, and there was these faucets in there. We had to jam pop sticks down in them to turn them on because it was a recessed thing on it. So I filled up a couple of milk cartons and washed my clothes out, and that's when I discovered that my bandage and my pants had been bleeding quite a lot. There was a lot of blood in them. So I didn't know how long I had been there. I'd probably walk around all day like that. So I washed them all out and dried them on the bushes. And the next morning I put this very wrinkly uniform on. And I was really hungry. I was so fucking hungry. I could have eaten the uniform, let me tell you. I'd only been drinking water for about 5 days, no food. And I went in the bank that morning, and the guy spotted me. He goes, "Hey, your deposit came through. Your money's here." First, I went in the bathroom and cried because the relief was so great. So I went back out, and I got $200 out. And I walked down the street to the nearest. There used to be this place called Popeye's Chicken. It was like a chicken company that was against Colonel Sanders. But anyway, they were on the street, and they had this little shack, and they had tables out in front and umbrellas. And I walked up to the window, and I told her, "I want mashed potatoes, gravy, biscuits, and 4 pieces of chicken," because I had big eyes. I was hungry. And I went and sat down, and I ate 1 piece of chicken, and I was eating some of the mashed potatoes, and all of a sudden I realized I'm gonna throw up. It's gonna come right now. So I turned sideways on the bench and I started throwing up, and it got bad. It was hard to get. I tried to drink some water or a little bit of soda, and now it would come right back up. And the lady at the window took objection to me throwing up outside by their tables. So she called the cops. And pretty soon, this guy shows up in a car, and he comes over, and I'm there dry heaving. And he goes, "What's the matter, buddy?" He goes, "That wine getting to you?" He said, "You can't eat food and drink wine, can you?" I couldn't say anything because I was still heaving. I wanted to punch him out. That's what I wanted to do. But pretty soon, here came another car, because 2 cars were dispatched to the scene of a poor guy throwing up. Cops, huh? And so the second one was the patrol sergeant. And he came over. I was really in rough shape, puking like crazy. And he saw that I had on Army uniform. And so he said, "Here, come over here and let me help you sit down." So he helped me over to a bench. And he asked me if I had any ID, and I pulled out my discharge and handed it to him. And he was like, "He's not a wino, he's a vet." And so he put me in his car and took me to Our Sisters of the Rosary, or the Rosary or something like that. It was a hospital that was run by nuns. And brought me in. And I met the lady, and they asked me what's going on. I told them. I said, fresh out of the hospital. I showed them the bandage. And they admitted me to their hospital. And I was allowed to stay there for like 4 weeks until I was okay again. And I got out, and it was my welcome back to America. And you want to know where a lot of my angst comes from? It's from stuff like that. You know, being hungry for 6 days while you had $7,000 in the bank is a crazy situation, eh? But there it was, and there was nothing I could do about it. And so it went from bad to really good. I went down to a car lot and I bought a fairly new Mustang 2+2 fastback, and I found an apartment. And I mean, in those days, you could rent an apartment for $249 a month, you know, in LA, but not anymore. But you could then. And the car, I don't know, I gave him a $300 down and promised to pay him monthly payments, and so I drove it away. And I was riding around in the Oakland Hills, just looking at all these beautiful houses. And I saw this couple hitchhiking, and the guy was dressed in a green pantsuit that was velvet. It was like, very bright green. And he had hair down to his shoes. And, his shirt was all fluffy out the front. And he had a mustache and beard, and his girlfriend was with him, and she was dressed up similarly in like French clothes, like turn of the century clothes. They were hitchhiking. I said, "Where are you going?" He said, "We're going up in the hills a ways." He says, if you can give us a ride up there, we're going to a party. You can come to the party if you want. So I'm like, "Yeah, party? Fuck yeah, let's go." So I opened up my glove box, and I had a small mayonnaise jar in there full of joints. And I said, "You guys smoke?" And he's like, "For sure." So I pulled him out and gave him to him, and they started puffing on this joint back there. Pretty soon, he's looking at me in the mirror, and his eyes are all open and bloodshot and pinned. And I said, "Something wrong?" And he goes, "Where did you get this pot?" And I said, "Oh, I got that in Vietnam." And he goes, "Man, this is, what you got?" And I said, "I got this jar here full." And he goes, "This is going to go over great at the party." Went in the party. It was a 3-story house. There's a party on each floor. Big black guy named Popo, birthday, New Year's Eve, and Christmas party all at once. And everybody started talking about what it was like for their first LSD trip, because there would be parties back in those days, and that would happen. We would talk about things like that. I don't think so much anymore, but they came to me and they said, "What was your first trip like?" And I said, "Well, I haven't really had it yet." And this one guy had this really flowery French shirt. He says, "Well, brother," he says, "do you want to trip now with us?" And I said, "Yeah, why not?" So they gave me a hit of blue microdot, and I stuck it under my tongue, and I guess about a half an hour went by. And the guy says to me, "So how is it? How do you find it, brother?" And I said, "Well, maybe because I'm a big guy and everything, I'm not feeling much of it. I could probably have another one or two." And he goes, "Do you want more?" And I said, "Yeah." And he turns around and looks at everybody, and he goes, "First timer, he wants more." So they gave me 2 orange wedges, and I put those in my mouth, and they were under my tongue melting. And about that time, the blue microdot came on gangbusters, and music was playing, and everybody was leaving trails 10 people long. And I know this guy who was running the party, Bobo, came in front of me with a big platter full of tuna fish sandwiches, and I remember very clearly he looking at me with a big grin on his face. He said, "Do you want that tuna fish sandwich, my friend?" And I didn't want to say no, so I took it. But I was sitting there with this tuna fish sandwich in my hand for about 2 hours. And I met this girl, came over and saw me, and she said, I was pre-verbal at that point in time. The 2 orange wedges came on, and I saw people's mouths moving, but all I ever heard was like that, and colors coming out of their mouths. And meantime, this tuna fish sandwich had dripped all the way down to my elbow. I was still holding on to it. This girl comes over, and she gently takes it out of my hands guides me to the bathroom, washes my left arm and hand off, and brings me to a room where we sit for a while. And about 3 hours later, after sitting there with her, my voice started working again. And she said, well, what do you think of acid? And I said, well, I think I'd take it again. So she popped open her little purse, gave me 2 more hits. Anyway, it was about a 3.5 or 4 day party. And I had so much acid that first time, it wasn't funny. But you know what? I think it cured my, whatever you want to call it, where you're scared shitless all the time when you're in Vietnam. And you never know, someone's going to shoot you or shoot the guy next to you, or you just don't know what's going to happen. PTSD, I think they call it. But after that acid trip, I was good on that. I somehow no longer felt that way. Yeah. I would recommend everybody come back from a combat zone, take a 3-day party, then get grounded again, and come back, because we don't need wars. We don't need to be killing other people. I mean, nobody is going anywhere. We can't get off this fucking rock. There's only one way off of this rock, and that's through self-realization to the point where your consciousness makes it no longer necessary for you to be here. And you'll be off to the next adventure. I mean, I already am having dreams. I've been having them for years about what the next adventure is going to be like. I mean, when I go to sleep in my body, I wake up on another planet with a different body somewhere else. And when I lay down there to go to sleep, I come back to this one. I know that's a little nutty, but been going on since I was 12. So I kind of.
That's funny you say that, because I said that a few episodes ago when I was talking about frequencies and whatnot. I kind of hinted to the fact that when we went to sleep, that we could be living a different life. Because in some instances, Buddhism, for instance, they say we're living our life, past, present, and future, all in one. And I always kind of wondered if, like when we sleep, if we're not slipping off into the past or present, just kind of living. We've let our mind ease enough just to slip into the another frequency or whatever dimension, if you will. So I believe that.
The thing about living in past, present, and future all at the same time is a powerful karmic tool, because you could be in a past life, living in your past life, and correct a karmic situation in your past life that otherwise would have caused grief in your now and in your future life. And when you correct it in the past life, it radiates through all the other lives. So trying to understand and give into yourself means that you can maybe fix yourself over all of the incarnations at the same time, and that would elevate you because you did the right thing at the right moment. I mean, all the time I was in India working at the free hospital, you have to understand, sometimes I would see 35 or 40 people a day and do some form of manipulation on all of them. And so I was, I think I was right dead center into a karmic cycle. I mean, these people were coming to me for healing, so I must have owed them that. And I always think that about everybody. If somebody comes to me for healing, they're attracted because there's an energy between us. And karmically, it's up to me, since I can recognize it, to bring balance to it. If I wasn't able to recognize it, I would, be in the same situation all the time. But I always try to look for meaning. When you asked me to come on here the first time, I was a little reluctant because people will twist your words, and I could just think back to Hash Church when the first day I went on there. Todd was acting all friendly, except for at the end of the show, I told Marcus I had bad feelings about Todd, and it was right on the money. And I also told Marcus, Tony is gonna screw you. He's not a good person. He's got bad intentions. And Marcus says, no. Tony and I are partners. I've known him for a long time. Lo and behold, Tony fucked Marcus over. Never gave him any of the money from Blue River. Marcus was supposed to have half of it. And if you want to see how that whole karmic thing worked out even better, Tony, Todd went to Tony and said, I need $75,000. I got to borrow it because I got to pay my rent. I haven't paid rent in a year in Oakland where I'm living. And so Tony lent him the $75,000, and then Todd ripped Tony off. So there's some wonderful energies at work in the world too, besides that shit. If you just sit back and watch what's going on, you can generally stay out of the bad stuff by just doing good stuff.
Yeah, I believe that. I just
It's true. I've seen it.
In my drum that I beat is the random act of kindness. Is that's my I've seen it. You know what I mean? Just the simple things that people do for people sometimes can mean so much, and yeah, I wouldn't be in the instance that I have been in right now if it wouldn't been for random acts of kindness along the way, and I just think it's something that should be highlighted and trying to be brought out of other people. This world anymore that it's so easy to just you see so many people trapped in bubbles and in their cars, in their homes, even walking down the road anymore with their phones that they just don't the whole humanity aspects dwindling. It's sad. I don't know where we spun off course here, but it's hard to say on point with karma sometimes. Not necessarily for myself, but I could see how it could be hard for others with such all the distractions. It's a funny world anymore.
I think it started back in the cave days when the people in the front of the cave wanted to get in the back when it was raining and wanted to be out front when it was sunny. Ever since then, it's been ever thus. Nobody's happy with their situation, and everybody wants to get in a better spot, which I completely understand. It makes all the sense in the world. It's just that selling out your fellow being is a good way to do that. And it goes on a lot here. I mean, they're still buying slaves and shipping them. Can you imagine? This is 2020 and there's people still running slavery stuff.
I can't believe in this day and age that there's human trafficking at all. With the cameras and the technology we have, I can't believe that human trafficking even is a thing. To be honest with you, it blows my mind.
Yeah, it's crazy. I saw when I was in Amsterdam. I had a friend with me who wanted to go see the red light district, and I said, "Okay, we can tour it, but there's nothing I want to do there." And he said, "Why not?" And I said, "Because they're all misused children who ended up here as a way of parsing out their life and their experience, and as a way of earning things. And I said, last thing I want to do is go in and find some young girl who has been fucked over by life, selling her body for money to try to improve things. I said, it's not the way, and I don't want to do it. I hold no interest in it. He said, well, I just want to take pictures. And I said, okay, well, I'll go with you, but I'm not going to. He wants to go take pictures close up by the window and discuss the girls. And I'm like, no, that's just not where my head is at. I look at them and I see little misused children who now have on clothes and makeup to attract people who think that way to their windows. And just wasn't never meant for me. And I never wanted to be part of anything like that. But how could you look at that and think it's not human trafficking? Because it is. I mean, those girls might say, well, I'm here because I want to be, but they don't mean that. They mean they're here because they have to be. They don't know another thing to do. And so I'm not going to contribute to that. I mean, it's not my thing. You know, I, my whole thing in life has been helping people emotionally and physically. And I spent 37 years doing that. It was very fulfilling. I just ran out of energy for it. It lasted a long time. I mean, I had a guy who was a regular GP, and I told him not long back, I was seeing him, and I told him I quit at 37. He said, well, why'd you quit so early? I said, two reasons. One, my hands and arms are like steel, and I don't want them to be that way, and I get cramps, and I'm tired of having people walk in and cry on my shoulder about what's wrong with them. I don't feel like I'm healing anymore. I feel like I'm just uh, being a wall for their tennis ball that they're bouncing off of me. And so I decided to do something else. And he said, well, I guess I understand. He'd been doing his practice for 50 years. He's a knee surgeon. I had some things I could have said to him. Oh, you enjoy cutting people's knees on. But I didn't because that was his thing, not mine. But anyway, what the hell time is it there? It's 1:20 here.
420 right on the nose. It's funny you asked right on that magical
Oh,
time there.
yeah,
Well,
that means two things. One, I got to stop the joint. And two, I think we probably chewed on everybody's ear long enough for tonight anyway.
yeah, they're asking questions, but they can wait for another round. They're interested in the whip technique, but they can wait. They can wait. You've dealt out, you know, a great 4 hours. Holy cow! Uh, I feel honored, and I hope that you will come back. I greedily hope you come back because I'm telling you, there's uh, for my sake and theirs, they get. I'm sure they're getting a lot out of this, but man, I've taken a lot out of this. To be quite honest with you, you never know how and when
Too.
people can strike chords in you, and you've struck in both conversations. I've been almost glad that I've been off camera while I've been listening because I think that the facial reactions and what you're laying down would be too adamant. And you know what I mean? Some things you don't want to show on camera, and sometimes realizations and when you're finding out things about yourself, you don't want to be directly on camera when you're having those revelations. So I'm super stoked that I was able to be off camera when I was realizing some shit while you're speaking. And thank you for helping me, realize some shit. Like I said, you never know where you're gonna get enlightenment from, and I have most definitely taken some from you. And I hope that you will come back, not just for myself. Hopefully, I know there's other people that's taken some enlightenment out of this as well. not just technique about extractions and everything. That's why you're such a gem, Indra. Is because it's not just about the extracts or whatever. Uh, it's enlightenment. It's life advice. It's you're a great guest all the way around, and I appreciate it. I know everybody else has appreciated both times. I mean, shit, you've given me 7 hours Indra, at least of your life, of your 75 years and counting. Hopefully, counting way on. And I can't thank you or repay you for that. You know what I mean? We talk about doing things for others and how it can suck the life out of you. And you've gave and gave and gave, and I thank you for giving some more here tonight. And, it's hard to dig in, after all these years. And uh, thank you. I guess long story short, thank you. Thank you
It's
from the bottom of my heart.
okay. I don't mind. In fact, it's I enjoy it.
Well, I
Well,
guess we
I
will wrap it up.
appreciate
Couldn't be
you guys making the space for me.
not as much as we appreciate you showing up. I guess this is a good time as any to get that soundbite, Indra. let me get my let me get my
Okay,
recorder
what
ready
is it?
for the soundbite. All
What
right,
am I
I'm
supposed to be
asking you
saying now?
just pretty much. This is Indra, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle. You know, that's basically it.
Okay,
That
okay. Here it goes. This is Indra, and I'm on Talking Shit with Eagle.
thank you, sir. Yeah, that's gonna that whole that whole thing's coming up way too quick there. I said I was gonna do it at 1,000 subscribers, and like I've gained like 50 in the last couple of days, which tells me I need to get work on this whole soundbite thing. Oh shoot! Thank you so much, and hopefully you will find some time to come back and do this. Hopefully soon. Uh, and that tells you how much that we've really enjoyed this because I I've tried to go the gauntlet with try to find as many guests as I can before I have to start going back and reaching for comebacks or return guests. But you're one of the ones I think we want to see as much as we can possibly get you on. So you have the already have the honor of being a reoccurring guest to do full length time slots, if you will. And again, I feel so honored, very honored that you've taken this time to hang out, talk some shit with Eagle, if you will.
Well, that's good. You let me exercise my jaw muscles for a while, and I haven't been doing anything but chewing, so it's been a change. And yeah, anytime you get to feeling like you need to talk again, let me know, and I'll see what I can do.
Oh,
And
I
I
love it.
hope
The,
people who listened, who heard something, um, it will be a seed in their heart to take a good look at their own lives. And if that happens, I'll be happy. That's all the pay I needed is to know that somebody got something good out of it.
I know I did. I know I did. Sincerely, I know I did. Uh, I won't keep you any longer. It's been a shit. It's pretty late for you, and you said you had to stay up for the last 3 days. Hopefully, this one wasn't bad. You didn't have to prep a few nights for this one, or are you still in routine from the last one?
No, I slept this afternoon an extra 3 hours so that I could be awake at 8:30. I listened to myself the other night, It sounded like I was on something or drunk or whatever. Anyway, I wanted to correct that because that's not how I usually am. It's just it was a uh, wrong hours for my brain to be awake. But this was okay, and it's good. And I will uh, let you thank you for letting me off the hook now, and I'm gonna tell everybody well wishes and good night. And if you've got questions, save them up, and then hit eagle the next time, providing I don't kick the bucket before then.
Yeah, it's a shitty way to end, Andrew. It's a shitty way to end, sir. Hopefully that won't happen, and we'll get you back on soon, sir. And thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
All right, take care, man. Thanks again.
Have a good night.
Good night, everyone. Bye
Good
bye.
night. Bye. Mr. Indra, what a fascinating night. Peter Griffin, I did see your questions. I had taken note of them. It's just yeah, catch and release. You have to be grateful what you can get when you could get it, and I'm grateful for everything he gave us tonight and past episodes. He said he'll come back, and he's a man of his word. I'm sure he will. And we're just basically scratching the surface of what Indra can really provide and offer to this community. As you can see, he's a perfect fit for us and what we do here. So I hope you guys enjoyed. We did go the full gauntlet tonight. Uh, I hope you guys enjoyed. I know I've taken quite a bit away from tonight's episode, both about extractions and about myself. To be honest with you, I hope you guys have an amazing day, Tuesday, and I'll be back here tomorrow night with all-purpose preventative, which is a natural IPM for pests and whatnot. If you want, you feel free to check them on out on Instagram, All Purpose Plus, and look down their page. If you have any questions, feel free to bone up on their page and bring them to the show, and we'll get your questions answered for you. So that being said, I appreciate. Well, gotta do the shout outs. Can't not do the shout outs. Let me fling this over here. Peter Griffin, Anturo, Sir Howe, Johnny Kennedy, Bill C, Bill Sid, excuse me. Uh, who else? B2 Crazy for You, W Diggler 714. Thank you so much for hanging out. Shrate, I hope I said that correctly. Thank you so much. Automation is freedom. Who else we got hanging out in chat right now? Steel. You guys been a little slow night for chat. Oh, Smoky Grow Rick Frazier, Purple Thumb OG. I haven't seen him pop in yet, but I'm sure he'll be popping in at some point. What else we got? Chat here. Numbers were down today. I think it's because everybody had to go to work after the 12th, but that's just opinion. It's all good. I'd do it for one, much less any other. Modern Genetics, Alberta cannabis grower. Who else is in chat here? I think that's about covering it. It's a light night. Miss D's Nugs, I seen her in chat tonight. How you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Jack Screen Stuff. Hope you enjoyed the show. Waba asshole. I still fucked that up, but I know you pointed out to me. Thank you for tuning in. Trey Valone. Welcome back, sir. Ned Denver. What else we got hanging out here in the chat? Mo Grower. Oh man. Woody East Coast. It's fired back. Hopefully I got everybody that's still present. I love and thank everybody for hanging out. Listen to me babble some nights. And even through the tough shows, the internet problems, you guys are all kind of hanging out and being cool. So I appreciate that so much. Keep in mind, I'll be on Embracing Organics Thursday, and have a great week for everybody lined up. Do something nice for somebody. It really does help, not just them, but selfishly, it'll help you too. So, random acts of kindness do change lives. Living example of that. Constantly, constantly learning about that every day. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please, if you would, hit that like button. Good, tell a friend. Help the show out. Help it grow so we can get some more guests on here. And thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. You guys have an amazing night. Get some rest. Wake up and have a fantastic day. I'll see you tomorrow night at 11:30. Peace. Love you guys. Thank you.